Hi. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. I'll see you soon too. All right. Good morning, everyone. Day 2. Good morning to those who managed to make it early to the audience here at Le Cube in Head Genève, and then also those watching online now or later. My name is Vytas Jankauskas. I'm the head of digital pool at Head Genève. I kind of was wondering whether to present myself because I was speaking a lot yesterday, and I was like, oh, should I introduce myself or should I just go straight to the panel? But basically, I would like to do a little overview of what is interesting for us at Head in terms of open source. Like, why do we think that open source is a necessary approach to doing AI? Today's panels are a little bit more tangible. Yesterday was more of a conceptualization reflection. And the idea for us was that somehow we have these different layers of teaching AI or like learning about AI at Head that we like to explore. And I think the speakers that are going to come after me, they're very sort of representative of the layers that we're interested in. So it's not really a talk, it's just a small overview, but that I called On the Camera Movement, Nostalgias and Creative Emancipation. In his recent post, curator Kazis Varnelis asks why images created by image generators are so banal. Why is AI imagery not more worthy of our future? Why is it that so much of what is commonly called AI art is kitsch? And, quote, he says, in part, this is because users of AI image generators fancy themselves as artists, even though few of them have had any art training. This is common in photography. Wealthy individuals purchase a camera gear based on reviews, claiming that some camera or lens has greater technical capabilities to reproduce reality faithfully, and then apply complicated methods to assure that their photographs demonstrate technical proficiency. High dynamic range, or HDR, photography is the leading example of this. Popular with amateurs, with no aesthetic training, HDR is an attempt to capture a scene in which a range of luminance exceeds the dynamic range of the camera sensor, and often even the human eye itself. I could have taken any other image than, I could have generated anything myself with Midjourney, but I thought, why waste processing power? Because this is a perfect example that Kazis in his essay, in his recent essay called California Forever, or the Aesthetics of AI Images, generated just to illustrate the example of what the typical AI image looks like. And Varnelis rightfully calls these types of artists as prosumers. It means that I have a certain ability to generate a lot of content. I focus on quality, and this is just a Midjourney sample library of what is generated daily. So I just took a screenshot maybe a day or two ago, and this is like a typical feed. Actually, it reminded me of something else that was a big buzz a year or two ago, which was like NFTs. People were generating and minting, and we're in sort of this interesting culture, right, where we say that certain aesthetic qualities emerge from these sources, both qualities that are sort of coming from robots who choose in the data set what is aesthetically sort of common in these big data sets, and then to succeed in those, and then this is again from Kazis Varnelis, engineers creating image generators, so quote, need to engage the prosumer market, constantly announcing better resolution, faster processing time, and greater realism. In the case of AI image generation, realism is coded by existing visual regimes, but these are less art historical, more technical, and related to mass imagery found on the internet. I'm not personally suffering from yesterday. There was an interesting sort of conclusion, which I was really hoping for on the last panel of the second session. It was about AI nostalgia. It was the idea that AI somehow were more interesting when they were a little bit more primitive and a little bit more dumb. And it depends on in which sort of field you work. So these are some of my installations. I mostly work with connected objects, and kind of my work ranges from, I don't know, altars that generate conspiracy theories to liberated domestic objects that disobey their owner's commands, to singing fridges that grow up together with their artist owner and decide to be an independent artist themselves. So it's sort of satire often, but I kind of technically and conceptually engage with AI. And I don't think that I'm kind of falling within the tropes of the classic, MIDI journey type of image generation. But I do believe that there's a sort of a curve to arrive there, and I don't think all artists should be arriving to that kind of use of technology as a tool and as a conceptual element. But I think that there are some steps involved in which our speakers today engage that are kind of interesting to explore and to see how we could maybe teach AI at school so that it's relevant for people. Somebody asked me last year when everybody had started talking about AI a lot. People kind of got bored of MIDI journey and so on and so forth, and like all of these aesthetics that we could see in image generators. And they were like, Vytas, you're the head of Digital Pool. Could you propose us some open source alternatives? So this is a bit of a uninformative punchline slide, but there is a platform called Hugging Face, which hosts a lot of, or pretty much, no, not all of them, but like really a lot of open source language models, and not only language models. And there's currently around 350,000 models available for free online. The question is, which one should I recommend? There's a ranking system, okay, you can watch that, but the ranking system doesn't kind of reflect, it always changes, and you don't really understand. Some of those models don't even load. And if I show it to my students, they're like, I don't understand what is going on, let's just MIDI journey or like ChatGPT for it. And I think there's a few ways to approach with this, and so the first one is through AI manuals. And I think Nadia Piet, who's going to be talking right after me, is very good with this, AixDesign, and also Dominika Chubkova, who did a workshop yesterday. And it's like one of the layers, and I think it's a good layer because it ages slower than any other type of approaches to teaching AI. So a good example, which already Anthony was yesterday speaking about, is the automation manual. It's currently in French, but it's a project by Guillaume Melleur, Anthony, and with the help of Chloe, who's the assistant at the Digital Pool, who's also taking care of a lot of things at the conference, kind of lurking in the shadows. And this is a project which is meant to teach sort of functional concepts of generative models. So it has these like very, very accessible exercises that allow people to mix and match, blend, and stuff. It works a lot with the sort of mainstream AI, but it's a good first step to understand how the logic behind it works. Then the second is the toolkits. So as you go a little bit deeper, and this is somewhat, so Silvia Weidenbach, who's teaching at HED as well, and who's going to speak after Nadia, is using AI as a sort of a, I don't know, you will, Silvia, I don't see where she is, but like, oh yeah, there. You will tell me afterwards if I'm wrong, but as a sort of a tool/collaborator, right, where you use it and then you interpret the results to do something new. And so these toolkits, it's kind of what we're aiming for as well. So on a project called DataCraft, it's a research project by Alexia Mathieu, who was supposed to moderate this panel, but who had a child in the meantime. And so here you are with me again. So she kind of launched this project based on tiny, crafty data sets. And this is what we're sort of working on with also with Douglas Stanley, who's maybe I saw him earlier. Anyway, but it's a project where we try to convert certain concepts into functional toolkits that are both like a manual and a technical accompanying, like bits of code or maybe some modules that you can copy and so on. And our approach to this is that latest models tend to go, again, open source models tend to go towards mesh generation, so like 3D objects based on image or text. And so we're kind of trying to work with different alumni of HED for the moment, but also want to extend later where we're trying to get them to either 3D scan objects or or take photos of objects and then build small data sets. And I think Computational Mama, who's doing a workshop now, she's also using like small models to sort of, based on tiny data set, you can build a custom model, which before was a little bit difficult. So that's what we're working on. And then the third one is like code. So this is Dries Depoorter, who's gonna speak the last, and he's gonna, I don't even know what he's gonna do, but I see him there, so looking forward. And then the idea is that once you arrive to this third layer, you passed the manuals, you maybe tested some, you copy pasted some code, et cetera, et cetera. You go to this layer which is more about code sharing and maybe open sourcing. So this is a project that we started with a team that is listed here at Media Lab Matadero in Madrid earlier this year. It was part of a small residency of 3 weeks where we prototyped a lot of sort of brute object studies for investigating AI intimacies. And they don't look like very intimate objects, but the idea was that we sort of tried to embed today's open source AI into very small machines. So like cats is one of the objects which allows you to sort of capture and annotate moments. Basically, it uses like image captioning algorithm, but it runs on a very tiny computer that takes a really long time to load. So basically, just to load the computer, it's like an hour, and then to process a single image is maybe 40 minutes, which means that there's a anti-latency introduced to what you would do if you had, for example, ChatGPT, which is quite fast. And the idea is that you then take this thing somewhere in the next 40 minutes, it will capture an image, you don't know when exactly, and then it will translate it into something poetic and kind of read it out. And there's other projects. There's like one object is called demolition, and demolition, for example, is an object where we have a very personal data set put in, which we compiled together with the team. And the idea is that it answers your questions, so it's like a voice agent. It answers your questions based on, basically based on the data set that it has. And if you find the answer irrelevant, it slowly destroys itself by deleting it. And in exchange, you can kind of take a physical piece of it. Anyway, the whole purpose of this project was to publish the code on GitHub. And GitHub is like a platform where people share code. And the idea was also to write like a manual, a tutorial of how to use it. And actually, we realized how long of a time it takes to really explain how to use this type of code, but also who is the audience? Is it art design community? Because maybe the code is not complicated enough for engineers, so you don't need to be so explanatory. Maybe for the designers, young designers at head, it is a bit too complicated. So we're kind of still in this struggle, and this is the text that you can find on GitHub along with the code of these objects, which kind of tries to explain how to make it yourself. But so there's this like thing where, and this is again Dries's work, that I saw that Dries did this new project on AI selfies, and I saw that the code is also online. I was looking into it. So it's kind of interesting to look at these different depths of how artists and designers engage with open source or with open sourcing AI in multiple senses. And I like this, I cited it already, but Dominika in her workshop description yesterday wrote that prior knowledge of AI is not necessary. In fact, not having it may serve as an advantage. And if you asked me a year ago, when I was really geeky about AI, I would have said, actually, people, want to work with AI, but then everybody's just using ChatGPT and so on and so on. But after yesterday's conversations, and actually this is a more recent sort of idea that I've been nurturing in my head, is that by allowing artists to engage at different levels with different AI models, whether mainstream or ideally later open source, we can also maybe rebuild this system that is kind of becoming ever more bleak, with models becoming more human-like, but also more and more filtered and more boring. So anyway, I'm happy to hear the perspectives of the three speakers now. And so the first one is Nadia, and Nadia Piet from AixDesign, she, her, that goes by the pronoun she, her, is an independent researcher, designer, and organizer with a focus on AI. technology, digital culture, and creativity. She is the founder and creative director of AixDesign, a global community and decentralized studio nourishing alternative, participatory, and feminist perspectives on AI. She's also faculty of Elisava's Master Design for Responsible AI and shifting through sense-making of emerging tech through client projects and self-initiated work. There's a lot of past experiences, but for example, there's an AI meets design toolkit. She also worked as head for creative technology at Depth. She was a researcher in residence with Sound and Vision, design researcher for emerging tech prototypes with Bit, facilitating workshops demystifying digital with Decoded, freelancing for 10+ years, and she's a certified yoga teacher, and she has something very special for us today. So I've heard at least. Nadia? Yeah, there you go.
Hello, good morning, everyone. That was my whole damn LinkedIn. Like, thank you for that introduction. I don't have to do much. Yeah, so as Vytas said, I actually very recently did my yoga teacher training. And then when I found out that I'm the morning session, I thought maybe we should move a little bit. So I'd like to invite you to actually put your computers down for a few minutes and step somewhere where you can fling your limbs. You'll have the rest of the day to sit and be inside your head. Actually, yesterday I was here the whole day. My brain was like exploding with ideas and information and so on. So it's nice to like move a little bit. All right, so just make sense that, make sure if you do this, you're not smacking anyone in the face. And we'll just do, and if the word yoga makes you go like, oh no, that's not for me, it's just a stretch, okay? You live inside a body, let's acknowledge that. All right, so just come to, I can't do this with the mic, but I think I project enough. All right, just come to a stand with your feet sort of like hip width, maybe on an inhale, like roll your shoulders all the way up, and then exhale, bring them down. Let's do that a few times, so inhale, up, squeezing, exhale, inhale, exhale, great. And then on the inhale, reach your arms up. Pretend you're like, I don't know, in a vineyard, like picking grapes or something. Grapes, yummy. And then grab one wrist and just lean over to one side. Try to keep space between your like ear and your arm. And then come back to the middle, switch sides, and just lean over to the other side. Nice. This is fun. All right, inhale. And bring your arms back. Then bring your thumbs together like this, like Wu-Tang, okay? And then on an inhale, like go down and bring yourself all the way up. Reach, reach, reach. And exhale, coming down. You can bend your knees a little bit, like we don't have to stretch those hamstrings so hard. On an inhale, come to the right side, like we're gonna just make a big circle. Inhale, exhale, down on the left. Then inhale, up on the left. Exhale, down on the right. Then come back up through the middle. You think down forever. Okay. And exhale, down. Nice. Just stretch out again. Inhale, and then fall forward. And just bend your knees, so it's like chill for your lower back. Then bring your left hand to the floor. Bend your knees as much as you have to. It's not about the hamstrings, so you can be like this, like a half squat, perfectly fine. Bring your left hand down, and then bring your right arm up to the sky, and naturally you'll bend like one knee, and the other one will straighten. That's fine. Try to look at the ceiling. And then on an exhale, come down and do the other side. So just opening up. And come down, just do that one more time on each side. And then come back down, keep your knees bent, and just slowly roll yourself back stand. And bring your hands in front of you like that. Just reach them up all the way. And then just, I don't know, do something, freestyle. Nice, all right, you may sit down again and just listen to me talk now. Thank you for participating in my fun experiment. Great, exactly 5 minutes. Great, so now we'll do the part that, you were expecting me to do. So I'll talk a little bit on AI and our kind of practice at AixDesign, my practice, our thoughts on that. And, well, I kind of can skip this part because Vytas did such a thorough job. Let me see if there's anything useful still here. So I mostly say I'm like a designer and researcher, but I'm very much a slashy, doing a lot of different things, having a very chaotic interdisciplinary background. I'm the founder of AixDesign, which I'll talk a bit more about later. I started it in 2018-19. I have a master's in data-driven design, which I did over lockdown, and I was fighting Python and really enjoying it. Chronically online, yogi, you saw that part. And when I'm not on a screen and not on a mat, which is rare, I'm probably looking for nudie branches underwater. If you don't know what those are, Google them, you'll love it. They're weird, colorful sea slugs, very cute. So that's me. And just to contextualize a little bit my background or where these thoughts are coming from. So in 2018, I kind of started researching this intersection of AI and design, right? Whatever that was kind of my question. And so at the time, it was just, this is really feels like prehistoric. It's just a few years, but because AI is moving so fast, it really feels like a very different time. And at the time, I had to do my bachelor thesis, and my question was okay, how does AI influence design, or how will it shape or influence creative practice? And the other way around, so what's the role of designers in AI development, right? Being a sort of traditionally technical engineer field, what is design's role in that? Very high level questions, and at the time there just wasn't so much, there. I then poured sort of everything I've learned into the AI Meets Design Toolkit, which was just a PDF that I put online, and people found helpful. Great. So that led me to then working more in this space, thinking, talking about design and AI, continuing to sort of do workshops, toolkits, research, consulting, whatever. And I started to feel a little bit I always feel weird probably, but I could talk to my engineer friends about AI, but then not really design, and I could talk to my design friends about that, but then I would have to explain them about what machine learning is. So I was looking for a sort of community, I guess, of people working at that intersection, couldn't find it, so I made it instead. And so the AixDesign community is born. It started as just a Slack space and have sort of naturally evolved into whatever we are now. And then in 2022, we started being a bit more organized and actually doing programs. We did a thing called AI Playground, which Computational Mama was also part of, data hacktivism. And so we started sort of running these little programs to share these ideas with the creative community, to build literacy together, and to just sort of figure things out. And then end of sort of 2022 happened, 2023, DALL-E came out, ChatGPT came out, and suddenly this space that had felt very weird and niche and cute, it's kind of completely exploded and went mainstream, and everyone was suddenly engaging with this material. And we felt, or I felt, really this. Because the work we did before had always been rooted in this sort of critical making, I guess, or making to build literacy and sort of understand the material by engaging with it. And then when all these tools went really mainstream, it felt like the hype, it was hyping so hard that a lot of the, ethical concerns, but also sort of just more like the critical literacy kind of disappeared. And it was like a strange moment for anyone that was like doing weird style GAN2 stuff before, and then like, you know, this space of Gen AI went mainstream. It was like a very strange shift. And on top of that, there was this, you know, overarching narrative, of course, very influenced by like big tech and sort of the big players in the field. And we are just not really with that program. So like, these seem like exciting goals, don't they? And we're just like, yeah, no, it's not, doesn't really fit into our worldview or what we care about. And so we felt a little bit disillusioned with the space. We're like, oh, but what do we do now, right? Where does that leave us? What work do we even feel is important or meaningful? And so we sort of try to come out the other end, seeding, I don't know, community-first approaches to AI. Whatever that is, that's what we're kind of figuring out, exploring together. So that's really quickly like timeline of what, I don't know, got me to here today. And I'd like to just share a bit of like some of our thinking. And the first, I love good quotes because I'm not a great writer. So when people say the thing in better words than I can, I like to refer to them. And so I like this, Silicon Valley, most powerful monopoly may be how we perceive technology. So not just the resources, but also sort of the imagination and the narratives we tell ourselves about that. That's of course initially like what notions of growth, progress, or benefit we even have. And so I think this is a redaction, poetry version of Andreessen. So Andreessen is a venture capital firm, is kind of involved in so many AI and just tech startups. And he wrote a techno-optimist manifesto around how, you know, technology can really like help us solve the world's most complex problems and benefit all of humanity and so on. And I love this like redaction poetry version, which shows this sort of underlying theme of like growth and more and progress and an ideology that I feel like we've seen it's not really working and we need to, I don't know, update. So there's this idea, right, of what is even valuable to pursue. And then there's sort of underlying ideologies that are slowly but surely coming more and more to the surface around the more I don't know, beliefs, I guess, that a lot of people in power hold. I like this article, like Silicon Valley's vision for AI, it's religion repacked. So this idea around like artificial general intelligence somehow leading us to like the promised land. And, you know, there's a real, familiar narrative there. And this paper at the bottom by Tim Nickerbrew and Emily Peters, which came out last week, recently, which kind of establishes the TESCREAL bundle, which is an acronym to kind of smash together some of these beliefs that they have, which I personally feel are quite dangerous ideas around like what is human, who is valued, and sort of what is a future worth pursuing. And so I think it's good to just acknowledge how these things shape our perceptions, and specifically this idea of like AI imaginaries, which comes from socio-technical imaginaries, which is like the narrative construction, collective visions, and societal perceptions around AI. So it isn't the technology itself or you know, how sort of its resources are structured, but like how the public perceives AI, the stories, the myths, the metaphors, the memes we sort of share around AI, and that like inform our understanding and kind of the way in which we relate to it. And so we critique that because it's not a vision that we feel personally resonates with our values. But instead of just critiquing, we find it important to remember to imagine and craft the worlds you cannot live without, just as you dismantle the ones you cannot live within, right? So beyond critique, what's the thing you do want? If this is not it, then what
what is it? And so if we sort of call this thing that we know, big tech, fast AI, you know, with all the problems that I'm sure everyone in this room is probably well aware of, what's the other thing? Like, what's that narrative? What's the other option or whatever? I don't know. For now, we call this like community AI, slow AI. We are we do not care about terms, so I don't care what you call this, but it's about the concept, right? And what is this other potential reality or like alternative vision for AI? If it's not that, then what? And so that brings me to sort of the work we do at AixDesign is kind of trying to develop that space or feed into that space. So we're a global community of practitioners, which is how we started. We're a nonprofit org, and we're a decentralized living lab studio, whatever, for critical, creative, and collective AI research and design. And this is sort of the work that we're trying to do together to excavate ideas that exist, connect the dots, and sort of amplify those ideas. And how we do this is, so we really believe that whatever it is, in sort of the principles that lead it, so this idea of like one of many or polyvocality, or the idea that maybe my utopia or protopia isn't yours, and whatever is this slow AI, community AI vision, it's probably like a lot of diverse perspectives somehow coexisting alongside each other. And so we believe in a world where multiple perspectives coexist and participate, enriching our understanding and creativity. Diversity of thought, background, and approach isn't just accepted, it's encouraged. And this also goes into this more like participatory approach, right? So even how can we make this critical discourse not just something that happens in like eloquent, you know, essays, but also in formats that are more accessible, more playful, more creative, and like speak to people who, I don't know, haven't studied here. So how do we sort of include more people in that conversation? We believe in working in the open. I saw a word this week, which I think is so cute, open sorcery. So it's like the sorcery of being open source. So we learn, create, and share in the open so that we foster a community of continuous learning. Our goal is to democratize critical AI discourse so that together we can design, develop, and use AI for the benefit of people, not profits. And so we try to sort of publish all our chaos as much as we can in case, you know, this is helpful for someone else doing research or building a workshop or whatever. We really believe in sharing and not like gatekeeping any ideas. And also our research is very much like, in the open, which means you can see us, you know, struggling through that sense-making process and are invited to participate in. So we do a lot of like participatory workshops where we gather with the community and just try to like sense-make things together. And then finally, this idea of like practicing protopias. We are architects of a protopian future where each day brings us closer to a world that is incrementally more equitable and joyous. We recognize our work exists within intersecting systems of oppression, so we prioritize decolonial, feminist, and anti-racist approaches to our work. We don't just dream or imagine, we act and practice into being. So I think this is just relating to how we believe, I guess, like theory of change, like what, instead of thinking about this utopia or dystopia, what is the future that we can kind of create that is actually probably, you know, quite mundane. It's a lot like today, but it's incrementally better. And how can we, not just dream, but sort of practice those things in small ways, like day to day. And then practically, so those are like beautiful guiding principles, but what do we actually sort of do about that, or what do we make? And so this is a research project we're working on at the moment, sort of for this, most of this year, I would say. And it's like unpacking these corporate first ideologies and seeding alternatives. So it's literally the intro I just gave. We've latched to this term of slow AI, which we did not invent. I read it somewhere on the internet, and it's like one mention somewhere, and I don't know if, so it's an interview with Timnit Gebru, and I'm not sure if she said that or if the journalist has just put that title, but like we saw that and we liked it because in the simplest way, when you say, oh, we're working on slow AI, people are like, they sort of get that, you know, it's like a quite intuitive thing of, also if we think about like fast food, slow food, fast fashion, slow fashion, so it's like we know fast AI, what would be slow AI? And just sort of thinking through that. And we're doing this like, again, in participatory workshops, we're doing like zine making sessions, we're doing some critical making, so it's like artist commissions for more interactive ways to engage with these topics. And this is just our way of like trying to figure out what that even is and create a body of referenceable work, right? These aren't new ideas. We didn't like invent any of this, but there's all these like scraps everywhere of people thinking about this stuff and making stuff. And so we're kind of trying to, bring all those thoughts and people together. And there's sort of three themes within this now. One is esoteric AI, which is kind of questioning ways of knowing legitimate and illegitimate knowledges and how that shapes AI development. Small AI, which is obviously around like issues of scale, but also situatedness, and I guess more like DIY hacker approaches. And then ancestral AI, which is more about our temporality, like and how we think about pace and where we are sort of situated in terms of time, how we relate to that. So these are sort of three lenses we're gazing through to see if we can find alternative perspectives on AI, literally the whole theme of the conference. So if you have any thoughts about that, I'd love to hear it. So that's a project we're sort of in the thick of at the moment, as you can see from our like chaos boards. And my clicker has gone. There we go. There's another project we did last year, but also this year. We were working with an organization called Better Images of AI, which some of you may know. It's basically a stock image library creating literally what it says on the tin, Better Images of AI, right? If you Google AI images, it's ridiculous. It's, just humanoid robots. Everything is also blue, like it's the only color. And I don't know, there's like this creation of, there's like a very specific visual language around it that is both sort of wrong and misleading and just kind of ugly as well. So this project we were working with, and we have ran and sort of directed these artist commissions where we try to create better images of responsible AI. So it's like, how can we create images that are, high fidelity enough that like media publications or events would use them instead of, the humanoid robot babes, but also kind of comment on, I don't know, AI materiality or, like power structures or coding as a practice. So kind of these underlying themes rather than these like memes of the robots. So we've created a bunch of images. They're like free to use, free to download, completely open source, and it was super interesting, obviously trying to visualize AI, something that is both abstract but also material and like complex, but also, it was a very interesting process to go through. So we've also published a lot of like the thinking and the research and the artist logs, the way they were thinking about, what is a symbol to represent this thing, or how can we, visually depict that. This is a project I'm working on at the moment, which is kind of limited to the user interface as a like space for intervention. So if we talk about AI, there's a lot to it, but in the end, as a user, I usually just have this tiny little screen with a few buttons there, and that's kind of the way that I interface with these systems. And it's very limited, right? And it's so like the affordances and features of those interfaces, they matter because it's kind of, as a user, it's all I have to, interact. And so this is a project where I've been creating like speculative wireframes that sort of speak to how else these interactions could look, and doing that in a participatory way. So I've been working with like groups of students and designers and with the community to be like, what are your frustrations, or like what are your moral, ethical like concerns, or if you could like speak to your algorithm or ask it something, what would you, and can you design for that? So is there a way that the user interface could actually shift that dynamic or allow you as a user to do that? And so it's both these speculative wireframes as an output are kind of like prototype. So this idea of like making something not necessarily as a best practice or a design pattern that I think it's so great and everyone should do, but more as like a way to provoke conversation, and also the process of thinking through these things, is kind of building that like literacy, but then also, again, not writing an essay about it, but like, cool, make a wireframe, right? Like try to make this tangible instead of kind of like abstract ethical guidelines. What would that actually look or function like in a system? So that's another research project I've been doing. And then the final one, I'm like pointing at the wrong place. It's a project we were doing last year called Story in Code. And this is how I know Chloe actually and how I got here. So Chloe was part of the creative technologist in the residency. And we did a research project, artist residency. To be honest, the residency was like a way for us to do the research, right? So it's like research by making. And we had 6 filmmakers and 6 creative technologists, paired them up and went through lots of experiments and workshops and making stuff and sort of reflecting on that process, exploring like the potential of AI in animation specifically, but probably filmmaking and storytelling more broadly. But also on the frictions or the feelings, like, cool, you can now make a film with AI, but like, just because you can doesn't mean you have to. Like, what are the, the feelings? How does that, as a creator, I don't know, like, feel with your sense of like ownership or creativity, intention, but also this open-endedness. And so it was a way for us to explore generative AI, not just as like, wow, this is sick. Yeah, it's sick. It's pretty cool. Or like, this is really problematic. Yes, it's also problematic. But like, cool, so where does that leave us makers, and how, what are those frictions we can talk about? And so we did that residency, did events. There's a report there, which is flashing over there in the GIF, where we try to sort of pour the learning into. And there's also all the behind the scenes sort of tutorials or manuals, whatever. So all of the duos created like a trailer or a teaser, for like a AI augmented film. And they've published like a lot of their workflows and stuff to also like, allow other people to do the same. So again, like open sourcing. But most importantly here was not really the making itself, but more like the reflection on it and holding space to like talk about these things together and sit in that space of like, I don't know, rather than just to accept or reject entirely. And so to sort of sit with this like, being critically engaged with the material and seeing if we can do that together. And that's, I would say, a lot of what we do. So we do projects, but this is sort of the community is like the glue or the sort of core of, everything we do. And so it's about like holding space for sense making together in whatever ways, so we just like chat on calls about the questions we're walking around with, this thing we saw that we think is really interesting, or this thing we saw that we think is like really frustrating, or this thing we saw that is sparking, but we don't know yet how we feel about it, and just trying to like go about that together. And I see 0 here. I know we have time for questions, so I will wrap up. I would like to close with this quote by one of my favorite writers, Octavia Butler. And she says, "There's nothing new under the sun, but there's new suns." And so I think a lot of the problems and challenges, as well as opportunities we see with AI, they're not exclusive to AI, right? They are reflections of the things we see kind of across society and the challenges we face in like power structures and so on. But so that's nothing new under the sun, but there are new suns. Like there's new ways of looking at things. There's new ways of engaging. There's new way of practicing what we do, how we go about things. And I think that's kind of where, a lot of our work focuses, and we feel there's something to learn and practice together. Like finding these new perspectives and how we sort of bring them into reality. So if any of this like resonates, or you're like, that's pretty cool, that's kind of what I do as well. Great. Or you're like, I've never heard this stuff before, but I need to know something. Come hang, think, work with us. There's a QR code here, which shout out to Dominica. She was like, why is there no QR? I'm like, that's right. So you can scan that. We're on all the channels, I don't know, Slack, we do events. We're on the socials that we critique, wherever you want to hang out with us. We also have email newsletter. So feel free to join us somewhere. I'll also be around for the rest of the day. I would love to hear your thoughts on all of this. This was kind of like an invitation into my brain, and I think the teams and communities sort of, hive mind. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on all of this. And yes, I think that's it. Thank you. And I'll keep this for now. I think we have some time for questions. That's okay. We all need a coffee, hey? Cool. I'll be around if you come up with questions later, or if you're shy. All good. I'll be here. Thank you.
All right. I hope the people online also got a chance to do some yoga while you were at it. It helped here, but still no questions, so people are still a bit asleep, including myself. The next speaker, Silvia Weidenbach, is an award-winning jeweler who fuses traditional with the contemporary. She uses both historical techniques and new technologies, melding them to create striking pieces of art. Silvia graduated from the Royal College of Art in London and is a leading exponent of new technologies and innovation. She reveals in these new possibilities of making, which she referred to as digital craft, pioneering the use of 3D technologies such as haptic devices and artificial intelligence. Silvia was the first Gilbert collection artist in residence at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, where her work is part of its permanent collection. Her pieces are also included in the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh, the Germanisches Nationalmuseum in Nuremberg, as well as the Swiss National Museum in Zurich. She's a lecturer at the Glasgow School of Art and the London College of Fashion, and she also sometimes comes and teaches here at the product design and the jewelry department. Silvia.
Maybe a quick take one. Okay. Bonjour, c'est bien d'être ici. Thank you very much for inviting me, and also big thanks to the organization team for this really inspiring and multifaceted symposium. Honestly, my brain is working since yesterday. And yeah, I thought I'd give you first a little bit an introduction about my journey so that you understand why I used AI. And yeah, so I'm interested in applied arts and adornment. I'm excited about the medium jewelry, and I'm a jeweler, and I also make jewels. Yeah, for me, still the sensual and tangible experience is a key, as well if we live in this hybrid of this digital world. So let's try. Oh, perfect. Oops. I started by learning silversmithing and goldsmithing, and began to see and discover during my MA at the RCA these exciting new digital tools, yeah, and which were available at this time. It was, I think, 2009, so I feel like a dinosaur sometimes. But, you know, coming from a very analog world, it was super exciting to have now this extension of your analog skill set, yeah? And this allowed me to print things, to create volume without weight. And here on the screen you see a pendant in action on the body. The material is, I call it 3D printed moon dust and proper gemstones and silver. And this was part of the Sherwood Prize 2012 in London, yeah? Oops. Also the digital gives me immediately and crazy kind of creative freedom, yeah, which you don't have in the analog. If you work on the bench, you have the time, you know, you have the material who responds, but the speed in this virtual world I really liked to include in my making, and the absence of certain physics, yeah, material properties, gravity, all this kind of stuff is not anymore existing. Yeah, so you have absolutely creative freedom. And this allowed me really to stretch the idea what adornment could be for me now, and what could that be in the future. I'm also, you know, I'm switching a little bit between different, so I don't have this hierarchy. My way of working is more artistic, but I'm also very interested what happens in the industry, in the jewelry industry, and what could be possible with the industry. Yeah, especially with certain manufacturing processes like metal sintering. Yeah, and what the positive and interesting for me thing is in this context that you can test, for example, individual designs. You can manufacture small quantities, yeah, or you go into a serial production. So there you have, as an individual maker, a lot of freedom, actually, and not need to produce, if you have an idea, thousands of pieces, yeah, where you don't know if they are sold at the end. And here on this screen, you see some cufflinks. So the cuff head, the bridge, the hinge, and the clasp are manufactured in one go, in one step, so that it's not necessary to assemble the head with multi-part fittings later. Yeah, so in a traditional way, you cast things, you have the elements, and then you solder the mechanism together. But for me was the challenge, okay, what can these new magic machines do, and how can I push it? And with this example of these cufflinks, it was printed in one go. Yeah, so the machine prints it, and then there is also the movement included. So, and I printed it directly in platinum gold, which makes also sense for me because of a high material efficiency. And maybe a little bit now, I invite you to jump with me into this kind of jewelry world. If you work with platinum in a traditional way, you have a long process where a lot of chemical stuff is involved to recycle the things, yeah? But if you feed all this platinum powder into this machine, you can really easily reuse it, yeah, without using too many chemical addings. So I thought also from a sustainable context, if you can say it in this way, I found it quite interesting to use platinum instead of gold and silver. Yeah. Also, historical collections, museums are a huge source of inspiration for me. And I had really a gift 2017 until 2018 to have 1 year a studio in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and I also had access to the collections, and I had fantastic communications with curators, and I could see the physical objects, touch them, take it out of the vitrines, and I focused in the Gilbert collection, which you can see here, one of my favorite books from Frederick the Great. And yeah, this was a fashion item actually in the 19th century, but also a symbol of power, yeah. And what I found very fascinating is that you can, you know, it's a small object, but you have a paradise on a small scale. Yeah, all these different materials, all these different techniques, these meanings, these atmospheres, these aesthetics, and also to understand what does this mean in the past, and how do we read things like this now. And I used the time really to organize in the museum workshops, inviting other artists, musicians, perfume designers, actors, digital artists, tattoo artists, you know, to really have this creative dialogue, what a dormant could be. And I also tested new tools, yeah. At the beginning, of course, when I started my MA, came from analog to digital, explored the haptic devices where I got a direct feedback, used 3D printing, now scanning, and you know, I use these traditional objects and really try to stretch them, give them a heartbeat, really played actually a little bit with these things and see what happens. Also, I'm quite interested in the accident of the machine, yeah, not in the perfection. What happens? What can I generate? What can I see? And what kind of new idea of beauty maybe will come out of this experimentation? And then at the end, I was very lucky. I had an exhibition at the end in the Gilbert collection, a kind of intervention which I called Visual Feast, because maybe some of you know it. If not, if you go online or maybe in London to the V&A, the Gilbert collection is a collection of different beautiful objects. Yeah, you feel like a little bit in the candy shop as well sometimes. It's an overdose. I think it's nothing for minimalists in a way, but I find it quite inspiring. And I had this opportunity at the end to show my pieces in dialogue with the historical stuff, because for me the key is really, you know, I don't want to replace the past. I really want to be a kind of it's a conversation for me. And you see on the, is it right, left hand side, the rendered version of the object, of the box, which I could make at the end. And the idea was, how could the box, how does virtuosity look now? Yeah, how does the box could be now in the 21st century? And this is my interpretation, and the comment, of course, inspired by the Gilbert collection. And here you see the top view. Also, I 3D printed it, and I call it moon dust, and then you see 18-karat golds and mother of pearls and diamonds. Yeah, and this is in a way a box which you can open and close, and which is now in the collection. So now 2019 was for me so the time where I'm the first time get confronted with AI, yeah? So I heard about it, but I never ever, it was not on my radar, and I didn't really imagine what could it be, how could it change, also some creative practice. And I was invited a few weeks before COVID, actually. So 1 week later there was COVID, so I saw China before COVID. I was part of an exhibition there, and also I got invited to this symposium about AI. And this was, if I look back now, I could say this was mind-blowing, because I saw there things which I, of course in my imagination I could imagine a lot of things, but I didn't realize that this is already happening or this is possible. And I was curious, I was fascinated, but it was also very spooky at the same time. And there was this ambiguity which triggered me, and then this unknown, but in a way this drove me, and I wanted to explore it and understand what is this and what could that mean actually for jewelry. And if I want to understand things, I need to try it, I need to test it and find out how could that be. And I also started to have a lot of creative dialogues with friends and colleagues. And this is actually where the project Infinite Loop with my lovely friend and collaboration partner John Emeny started. We met actually at the V&A during my residency, and since then we are friends and we are permanently in dialogue. And also, I came back from China, we had COVID, we both worked remotely, he in London, I'm in Glasgow, and this digital world became quite natural then at this time. And speaking through virtual spaces, especially, with my teaching position was every day Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. So that was then quite normal as well. And we said, how can we work with this? And how can we use this situation in a way, in a creative context? And I picked a work of John's art. He's a creative director, and I thought we are in Genf. I pick one watch example, and this is he made for a watch client here actually. And what I found quite interesting, this is why I picked it, because he visualized these watch elements in a very organic composition. And I think it's quite exciting to bring nature in this whole digital world, because sometimes the digital can be, for me, quite cold. So then we started this conversation, then step by step we developed this idea. It went more clear that we want to create a ring. We want to create a ring in collaboration with AI, but based on historical rings, from different collections, because we wanted to really as well understand how maybe an AI sees now, because it's a learning process, but we need to give them something to learn. And so we thought, okay, it makes sense in a way if we use historical pieces, and we wanted to see what happens then. So we selected 3,000 rings from different museums, from Munich, the Staatliche Antike Sammlung, from Nürnberg, the Germanische Nationalmuseum. They have all amazing collection of rings from different areas, and then also from the Landesmuseum in Zurich. And we had amazing support from fantastic curators there. And one of the outcome was first a film. And the film, which I show you now, became a kind of documentary and also kind of scrap book, because we began to collect screen recordings, different output from AI, and we weaved it into a film so that this film also creates its own narrative. Generated by AI. We wanted to know how does the diamond sound and all this kind of, really in a playful way. Okay. Now I will take you a bit through the elements of the film, yeah, because what you see here is in a way, to contextualize a little bit. So we went first, the borders was open, we got a plane to Munich, and we went to the Antike Sammlung because there's an amazing collection of historic Etruscan jewels, yeah, a lot of granulation, amazing. And I said to John, you know, you need to see this, you need to understand this in reality. And we did this trip, we rushed home, we asked ourselves, how can we visualize this trip in one image? Yeah, so we work not a lot with text, we work very visual. And then here you see in a way the first sketch on the screen, and it is for us a kind of symbol how these two worlds can meet, yeah? So the historical and the digital, a kind of dialogue in a way. And on the left you see the marble representing the historical, touching this kind of glass, morphing space of technology. Yeah, and then here these are the pictures which we had. So we had no 3D STL files, we had really 2D pictures, and from the museums, from the curators, and we used them. And this is a ring from the Etruscan time, and here you see this fantastic skilled granulation work. So all 2D pieces we got. And this was the first image after we feed AI with all these images from the different rings. And the computer worked overnight. We came back the next morning. I found this quite interesting. And yeah, and then to dream these new shapes in a way. The ring, these rings here, what you can see, never exist. They are invented by the machine. And first we also, to be honest, we are also a little bit shocked because it looked very paintingly, like liquid on canvas, very ghosty, very dreamlike. Yeah, the technology felt like a dream in a way. And then it feels like Marx saying something on the picture, yeah, AI thinks in his own language, and then the question was really how can we convey that into an object? And in a way we can leave the AI running 24 hours a day, yeah, generating new things permanently, never ending, yeah. You never also want to turn the AI, I call it brain, off, because maybe the next thing is the best or it's the final thing. And I think what is also very interesting in this process, you really need to think, when do you stop something, yeah? When do you interrupt the AI in his flow and feeding new information to it? And we are acting then at a certain time as curators. And then the big question was, how do we use all this data and bring it in one ring, yeah? What we also then did, because we really we work like ping pong style, analog digital, we printed out the pictures on metal, then we cutted it out, we experimented with it. And so bringing them out of the computer at a really early stage was very important to understand and get a sense of scale, materiality, because this we didn't get answers from the machine actually. And then, you know, how could we how could that all come into a kind of physical sense? We got visual variations, yeah? If you see this picture here, I think, could it be gemstones, yeah? Could it be micromosaic? So from an artistic point, this really stimulated your mind. And then here you see a simulation of the ring idea running through the computer. And if we take out the physics, yeah, no gravity, what would that ring be? Yeah, starts to explode into shades. And these mistakes and glitches are exciting. We really embrace it because it feels also like a kind of archaeologist. Yeah, we dig into something, we dig things away, and we're seeing new surfaces. Here you see an STL file, not ready to print yet. Then here you see the inside of this STL file ring. These caves you could walk through, very interesting looking actually, but we never ever could make it. All the red stuff is alarm for the physical world. And then we decided, okay, it's interesting, maybe could be a new project, but we don't need this detail inside, let's remove it so that we can have actually a proper print. And here you see also some surfaces forming so that we can actually print things and test which kind of printer is suitable. And when we looked at these files and added the screen support structures to it, we got also an idea, or maybe that could be a castle, or and all these inspirations could also guide you into a new project. So I invite you now a little bit in the process of how a maker sees things. And then, okay, the question, how large is the ring? We also asked another AI, but the answer which we got was 20 meters wide. So we said, okay, no. We move on. We take the ownership here. And then, you know, all this stuff looked very outlandish. And I thought, maybe we need to go back to Mother Earth. And then the question is really, how do we find a material that is fluid, yeah, as this digital material, which we had on our pictures. And we went to Ida Oberstein, which is a small town in Germany, in the past very famous for gemstone cutting, and then we really tried to find the right material. And here you see a screenshot of our WhatsApp conversation. We selected a labradit because I think the color change with the movement, the reflection, the light, this all comes alive in a different way. And it was like our AI outputs which we get, yeah, like pixels coming out of the screen. And then, of course, we said, I thought I had a lot of experience of 3D printing, but also I told you we felt like a little bit archaeologists, and then we thought, let's try something new. Let's use a CNC machine and really produce step by step the ring with these machines. Yeah, not building up layer by layer, really taking it from the raw material. And here you see a little bit our tools. You know, you need proper diamond tools to cut the stones. And then the question was the next, okay, how do we exhibit our results? And we had the opportunity to show actually the final pieces in an exhibition which is permanent at the moment in Nuremberg. It's called Handwerk und Medizin, Craft and Medicine, which I think was quite an interesting context. And we showed it there as part of modern interventions. And you see here the display. We showed in a way the process, the video. We had the physical ring. We had the historical rings. We made a hologram, but also an NFT. And that was really, because we thought, let's try it. I also had no experience with NFT, and I wanted to understand what does it mean, Coinbase, etc. So I need to have a wallet to get this kind of magic to understand this. So really also this idea was, what is materiality now, yeah? And how can we translate this digital image? Is it necessary to translate? Do we need a physical object actually at the end? This was the whole process. And then what I think is also quite nice, because we connected this project with many points in a physical world. And this shows also the power of digital technology and how this can allow us to make a project visible to different people at different places. Yeah, and we really liked this idea. And then the physical ring is actually in the Landesmuseum Zürich, in the Koch collection, which is one of the famous collection, only rings from different areas. And we are really honored when we got a phone call at the opening in Munich and said, the curator Beatrice Chadour called me and said, we need this ring for this collection now, because what is a ring now? Yeah, what could it be? And yeah, So this is actually the final ring. And then we showed, because we sold the NFT, and the owner gave it to then the Holyoke, because for me only an NFT, you said, I told you I need these 5 senses, and I need the physical touch and the tangible one. So we made also a hologram with the NFT. And the hologram of this ring is now in the Schmuckmuseum in Pforzheim, which is also fantastic and also a challenge because, with this historical stuff, so that they are quite open to put it there, to start a dialogue. And it feels not static, and you want to reach out and touch, which I think is quite interesting. And here you see the NFT and then the hologram. Yeah, and I thought I include also, that was the project about infinitive loop and how I used AI in collaboration with AI and also in collaboration with John. And I'm also, as a lecturer at the Glasgow School of Art, teaching there or responsible for the final year. Where it's, the students need to learn traditional tools, but also I want to give them opportunities to explore or get an understanding of what is possible with all these open sources, what is possible with virtual reality, haptic devices. And I think it's also a lot, You have, in a way, a buffet of many opportunities. And if you want to try and eat all the things at the same time, you get sick, And it is the same with what do you do with all this information and with all these skills. And I show you now some, because I asked some students, but they are now all busy because only 2 weeks left. But I asked some students, because I realized there are now more and more competition in our field where they want to see what students do with artificial intelligence, and this is quite interesting because this competition was in a goldsmith competition, which is normally very traditional. So I see there is awareness also in our field. And here you see the outcome, and I asked Kyle to give me his vision, how he sees adornment in the future, but I think at the moment he really also experiments a lot with, he makes beautiful drawings and then using these open sources to create maybe a new paradise underwater where he designs his own jewels. And I think it's a very interesting tool to generate ideas and then translate these visuals again back into the reality and maybe bring it back again into the virtual. So I see there is a lot of stuff going on, a lot of experimentation. There is also a lot of overwhelming, because when do you stop? And but I think it's an exciting time at the moment, and I see it as a extra tool, maybe like Photoshop, which students use now. And maybe we can discuss about this as well later. Okay, so this gives you a little bit an insight into my thinking, my making, my interest, also how I, as a non-coder or tech person, use AI to generate a tangible outcome or ask questions about how can we translate it and how can we use it as a creative collaborator. And I thought I share also a little bit an insight into what happens with the next generation. And I think, what I need to say as well is maybe the whole project with the ring was before ChatGPT. So we had the exhibition in Nuremberg, and 1 week later, ChatGPT was then accessible. So maybe if we would do it now, a completely different outcome. I think this is also for me so fascinating how quick and speedy this kind of things develop. But I think it's very exciting, actually. Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. This is also from Kyle, a recent student at the Glasgow School of Art, BA, 4th year. And you will see the outcome end of May in the final show. Okay, merci beaucoup. Yeah, questions.
Thank you so much for your fascinating talk. I'm not a creative person myself, and so I would like to know, how would you summarize the role of the artist with respect to AI? Because at some point you said you were like a curator initially in the process. At the end you said it's like another tool. Is it really just another tool? And what about the fears that are raised sometimes that AI might replace creative professions?
Also for me, it's definitely a tool. Yeah, I have not so much fear about that it kills the creativity, because the human part or the human dialogue, of course, we are curators to pick certain things, but also our intuition, yeah, and our experience and our aesthetics are part. I think if you would give someone else the outcome of this generated AI stuff, yeah, from the 3000 rings, maybe they would pick completely different things. Maybe they would select different things. Maybe they see other associations and other links in how you could translate this into materiality. Yeah, so I think it's, for me, and as well how John works, quite an important key, this human intervention and engaging. So this is why I'm not so nervous about it, because I use it more as a ping pong thing. And I realize it also in an educational context, because I have students and I say, oh, there are many, many, many pictures. Of course, we consume very quick, but I think if we leave the pictures, then it's not exciting. But if we try to really, maybe you talked about slow AI, but maybe we can also slow look, yeah, so that we really look at the AI pictures, because sometimes if they are generated, they are missing eyes, or with animals, certain legs are missing, and I think that's quite interesting. If you look quick, you will not recognize it, yeah, because you are consumed too quick, Instagram reading, but if you really try to look and see what is there, and then I think it could be exciting. And this is like, you know, with all the effects which you get with digital tools, if you leave it like this, everyone gets maybe with the end a similar effects. Yeah, but what do you do with it? And also the question is, I'm not interested to create tech porn, yeah? Is also, what is the idea behind? What do you want to communicate with this? And this helps you to create it and to translate it. So this is why in how I work, I see not so much a fear, or I'm not so anxious about it, if this makes sense. Because it's more a vibrant dialogue.
You said at some point in your talk that you were interested in the accidents of machines, and we had some speakers yesterday, and that's also my overall feeling, that AI is becoming more and more performant, and more the images, for example, generated are more and more quote-unquote perfect. Do you feel, how do you feel about it today? Is it harder to get this imperfection that is the accident that makes it maybe more interesting? Is it less interesting today with the new tools?
No, I think, you know, because I come as an outsider and maybe complete naive sometimes, because I maybe can't use properly the tools like an engineer or something like this, or like a coder. So I go very wild style sometimes a little bit, my approach to this machine. So I still make these accidents. So I understand what you say. It's a different aesthetic as well. When we saw yesterday the pictures in the films, you know, about this analog cassette aesthetic and so on. But I think, yeah, it depends how you use it and what you do with it, yeah, and how you collage it and how do you interact with it. And of course, I realized when I did the project at the V&A with scanning the objects, yeah, now if you scan bling bling, it's getting better and better. Yeah, at the beginning you had a lot of this digital glitch, which was interesting. But yeah, also now you have new possibilities, especially in context of metal reflection with AI, you know, and I think there are still possibilities if you apply your lateral thinking, where you can get this glitch or this imperfection as well, maybe because I don't have the skill set. Yeah, so it's like someone who is doing an evening jewelry class and gets the first time a piece of metal or a file, you know, you automatically, because you are not used to this, maybe have more, yeah, a playful approach. Does it make sense? But I see what you mean, it's getting more and more perfect. But I think also with bringing some analog, like yesterday, the presentation where we saw 3D printed generated pictures, and then you put again painting, so these different layers. I think this makes it then still interesting. Any more questions?
So thank you so much, Silvia, for this great talk. I had a question that connects to your process. So I love the fact you're like working with like the ring object, which is like a very, you know, like traditional, ancient object. So how do you blend traditions with quote unquote new media inside your process? Do you use like archives to explore old ring designs that you then translate to digital media? Can you tell us a bit more about your process? Okay,
so you mean how I picked the rings, the historical rings?
Exactly. How do you blend traditions with technology?
Okay, so you know, for me, I'm still curious and hungry for historical jewels, or if there are jewels, or if I travel, I want to see these things. So I know already that at these 3 institutions, Munich, Nuremberg, Zurich, they had a fantastic collection about certain rings or objects, and I know the curators, and then I contacted the curators, and I know some pieces from reality, and then it was also COVID. We had Zoom chats where we went through the whole digital archive, yeah, and for me it was important that, I liked the rings, yeah, they were in a way interesting, but also that they are all right from where they come from. And so this is where I need the expertise of the curators. Yeah, so that was really doing research, going through collections, to your own archives, talk with experts, and really discovering from different areas. Does it make sense? So really searching, learning, yeah, getting information. And then, okay, we said now we have 3,000, that's enough, we need to stop it. But it was really from our personal taste as well. Yeah, so this is why maybe I would say if someone else would do this project, they would pick different rings. So, and then we feed this ring open sources, these rings open sources, yeah, and then we tried and see what comes out. Very basic, actually. That makes sense? So not our, and yeah, and then we're fascinated about you have someone working 24 hours, yeah, and then you come back the next morning and you get this kind of archive buffet of, wow, new directions, new things, which I never ever would thought if I would do collages and tests and all this kind of stuff. Was an extension. So really analog curiosity, collaborating with experts, because you can't have all this knowledge, you need this knowledge as well, historical-wise. And we learned also then about the context of things and to understand why they are made, what was the idea behind it, and okay, then we made a decision, we needed to stop because it also is a never ending, and then we feed these pictures, 2D pictures, to the AI. I already saw, you know, when I was in China, I saw in the museums they already had STL files. They had the whole collection already scanned in 3D, which I found amazing. Yeah, so my first idea was when I called these museums in Germany, said, oh, do you maybe have also access to already 3D files? Because I think then the outcome would be different. But I think this is, they're building up slowly, slowly. Yeah. Good. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, coffee break. Coffee break, and then we come back with Dries Depoorter, and then a panel afterwards. This? Sure.
Test it out. And then the clicker, or can I use my own clicker?
You can use your own. I mean, they will just take whatever signal you send to them and like.
Maybe we can test the audio.
We're starting in 4 minutes, just so you calmly, cozily start getting ready to come back. I actually said 4 minutes, not 1 minute, so now we can sit for 3 minutes in silence. All right. So we're just back from the coffee break, to those watching online. And I would like to introduce the last speaker of this session, Dries Depoorter, who's a Belgian artist working with technology. His catchy and humorous work addresses themes such as privacy, social media, artificial intelligence, and surveillance. Among his creations are several products such as apps, games, and interactive installations. He studied electronics for 6 years before making the switch to art school. Today, Dries Depoorter is exhibiting and holding talks internationally while working as a freelance concept provider that focuses on digital processes. Welcome, Dries.
Thanks for the introduction. So that's a part I can already skip. So most of my work is about privacy, cybersecurity, social media, and AI. In this presentation, I will talk about my own work I made in a couple, during my career. There's in the presentation also a few experiments I will do, but let's start with the project where it all started. So it's a project called 24hoursoundwave.com. So it was a website that I made super fast. I was not into coding yet, but it was showing an audio file of 24 hours, and I recorded this audio file with a professional sound recorder around my belt. And at the time I was a student, so it recorded my whole day, conversations with my parents, conversations with other students. Also that day I went to a party. So it's all in there, and I uploaded it to this website, and you can listen back to it. But some parts that are private for me, I removed them. Like that conversations with my mom, that conversation with some friends, some parts in the parties, some parts at the party. So you're not able to listen to them, but you are able to buy them for a certain price. And I really had to think like, okay, this is an audio file of 10 euros. This is an audio file of 200 euros. So it's not based on the length, but it's based on the amount of value I give it to. Then later I made Tinderin. I'm not able to show it unblurred today, but it existed out of 10 photo frames, and each photo frame existed out of 2 profile pictures from the same person. One is from Tinder, and the other one was from LinkedIn. And I placed them next to each other. And the project went immediately viral. So it was on the Washington Post, Vice, Wired, Dazed and Confused, but also lawyers starting to talk about this project because I didn't ask for permission to those people. This is one of my favorite articles about the project. They talk really bad about what I've done. They don't agree. But then at the same time, they're using a selfie picture in the article in the newspaper without asking permission. So I thought I was telling a lot about the project itself. Then a year later, LG published this print campaign. Like it's exactly the same. They stole the concept. I mean, it's different photos, but they stole the concept. You see the amount of white borders. And they won 2 advertising awards with that. And I was really frustrated. Because this is the credit list, and I'm not in this credit list at all. So that was kind of, I was a bit frustrated about that. So I sent the advertising company an invoice of 10,000 euro to use my ID. They didn't pay it. I was not expecting that they will pay me. Then I published this on my social media, and there was like a lot of like in the comments, like a lot of reaction, like, hey, I got copied by this company, and blah, blah, blah. And actually, this was kind of, because of all this attention, I got many emails of new opportunities to make new art pieces. And at the time, and I'm really into unprotected surveillance cameras. So those are cameras that are connected to the internet, but with the standard passwords. So like admin or 1234. And I use them in many of my projects. So they can end up, sometimes it's like a security camera, sometimes it's a camera in a living room. So yeah. And one of the first project I ever done was it's an interactive installation named Jaywalking, and it existed out of 3 buttons and 3 screens. And on the 3 screens you see 3 different unprotected surveillance cameras that are pointed to 3 different crossroads. And I made software to detect if someone is jaywalking, if someone is crossing the road when it's red. If the software finds a jaywalker, the visitor of the art piece get this question: would you like to report the jaywalker? And then the person can presses the button, and then it will send an email to the closest police station with a screenshot of the jaywalker. And the email looks like this, and then it says like, hi, somebody just jaywalked at the address of the camera, bye. Like there's also a follow-up project, it's called Jaywalking Frames. It's a wall of 22 meters full of photo frames of people that are jaywalking from all over the world, captured with the software and the unprotected surveillance cameras. People can watch it, they're all unique, but they can also buy it for a certain price. And the price you pay is the same as the fine in that country. So this time the money doesn't go to the police, it goes to me. So also this is a bit in the back end. I'm a really huge fan of Python. So every time it checks the traffic light, if it's red, it will check a certain zone if there's a person is walking, and then it saves it just as images, and then sometimes they end up in galleries, sometimes they end up also on my web shop. The prices are really diverse, like it goes from 20 euro to sometimes more than 500 euro, depends on the law in that country. Later, I call them internet projects, and it started with a browser game that I made together with a friend called punchamonnaie.gallery, and I made a small video about this.
In 2012.
Oh, I clicked. Okay. Let's go.
In 2012, Andrew Shannon seriously damaged a Claude Monet masterpiece hanging in the National Gallery of Ireland by punching it in front of stunned art lovers. In December 2014, the story made international headlines again as he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for his actions. This shocking act of violence drew mixed reactions on the internet. While most agreed that attacks on artwork were terrible, some felt strangely attracted to this surprising and unusual incident. We have to admit, we shared this fascination. Introducing punchamonnaie.gallery, a browser-based 3D game where you can virtually punch a Monet painting. Visitors find themselves in a gallery space similar to the National Gallery of Ireland. Players are given two controls, moving and punching, so they can walk up to the virtual Monet and punch it until it's completely destroyed. As the painting is repeatedly punched, a running tally adds up the dollar value of the damage being done. The simulation clearly struck a nerve on the internet. Tens of thousands of people chose to experiment with violence against art, resulting in a total of 200,000 players after the first week. More than 50,000 people shared the project on social media. For some, virtually punching a priceless artwork was cathartic, a chance to explore a taboo behavior without doing any real damage. The project was featured on a number of important creative and art outlets, and by prominent gaming websites such as Kotaku, Killscreen, and Game Trailers. Try it now at punchamonnaie.gallery.
Yeah, so for me this was really the starting point to make more online projects. So that took me 5 days, and then later made a project in half an hour and got double the amount of views, and it's called non-views. It's a Chrome extension that changes your amount of YouTube views and the people that didn't watch it in the world. So it's like the people that watched the video minus the people on the world. Then later, but I will be short about this, Airbnb host. This is a game using data from Airbnb, so it's a browser game. You see a picture of an Airbnb space, and then you need to guess the host of the room. Airbnb was really not happy about this, so the lawyer sent me this kind of emails. I tried something to put the project offline, so I added like book this room, so there's some traffic going to Airbnb. It's a scratch ticket where you're not able to win money, but you are able to win followers for Instagram and Twitter. And you can really win them. If you win, you see username, you see an URL where you type in your username, and then it will make sure you have the followers. But I will show how that works later in the presentation. So then later I made like this. I was selling them online, and later I built these vending machines where I sell them for €1. They also end up in Instagram museums. Voila. And then later I made a follow-up project on this. It's called Quick Fix, and I made a small video about that.
QuickFix is an art installation that makes it possible to buy likes or followers in just a few seconds. This is how it works. Choose your product, pay the cost, enter your Instagram username, and you're done. You will have the likes or followers delivered in just a few seconds. Check your phone and start celebrating success. QuickFix. Influencers love it.
So this was the first version, and yeah, let's go inside the machine. So this is how I presented machines in the exhibition. Can just try it. That's how I ship it. Previously, I didn't build any boxes, so a lot of my work got destroyed while traveling. So that's now that's inside. I love to use Arduino and Raspberry Pi, and this is the second version with the touchscreen. So let's do a little experiment. I will give, or let's choose a cat from Instagram that deserves 10,000 likes, and I will show how that works. So I have hashtag cat open here, and now let's choose a cat that deserves 10,000 likes. Maybe one of those three. A video, it's slower with the video. But then maybe one of those two? No. Sure, yeah. This one has the less, so let's choose this. I will refresh the page. So now we're at this amount. And I made this little program for presentations. So, but I will show how, let's do 13,000, 1, 2, 3, yes. Now it asks link to the posts. And the software, it does exactly the same as QuickFix, but it's just built for presentations like this. So now what's happened, what is happening now, I have currently 50,000 fake accounts on Instagram, and I didn't make them by hand, but they're automatically created, and I can control them with this piece of software. So, so now the software, here we go. So now it will slowly starting to get to the 13,000. So they're all fake accounts. I will go at the end of the presentation to go back to this Instagram photo. So yeah, that's. I also need to build in a delay, otherwise Instagram removes the accounts. So yeah, so I used to build all those fake accounts. Previously, I copied other accounts, so it was copying the profile picture and then used the same same images on the new account. But Instagram is really good at detecting this. So now all the profiles I created are with faces that doesn't exist, generated by a computer. So let's do this one. This is it's called Surveillance Paparazzi, and it's inspired on a service of Microsoft. They have a database where it can recognize more than 200,000 celebrities from all over the world. So you send in an image, and then it will say okay, this is this celebrity. And with this project, it's like a box full of Raspberry Pis, smaller Linux computers, and it's constantly checking open cameras in Hollywood. And it first tries to find a face. If it finds a face, it will try to use this service of Microsoft. So on one screen you see the scanning process, and on the other screens you see the results. So this is the results screen. What I get back from Microsoft is a name and a confidence level. They're all false positives, so they're all lookalikes. They're not the real celebrity, but you see that they're quite similar. This is in a doorbell. This is the same doorbell with another person. And then I'd get some information from Wikipedia. Surveillance speaker, this is a piece that exists out of a camera, a speaker, and a motor. This is the first version. But what it does, this is the second version. Let me go. So what it does, it moves, and then out of the speaker, you hear with a really natural voice what the camera is seeing. So for example, if it was here, it will say like, I see a dark room full of people. So it makes this kind of sentences, and it's always a piece where I update it a lot. So every time if it's in a new exhibition, I update this. So in the beginning, I had like really this computer voice, yeah, voila, this is a surveillance speaker. I will be really short about the trophy camera. Trophy camera is it doesn't look like a photo camera, but it's a photo camera. So it's a photo camera that can make only award-winning pictures. So it's trained to find patterns in award-winning pictures. For example, the World Press photo. If it makes, so people in the exhibition can just try it, they press a button, and then it will say like, okay, this looks 30% as a World Press photo. If it looks more than 90% as a World Press photo, then it will upload it to a website. And yeah, just people can try it out. This is the new version. It does the same, but it looks, I hope, better. And let's go to the results. So this is an award-winning pictures because a lot of those award-winning pictures are made during war, or people are acting, or people are dead. So in an award-winning photo, if you act like you're dead, you have a higher chance to get selected. So that's why even if it's like really unblurry, if you act like you have a weapon, you have a higher chance to get selected. Then Die With Me, that's my first app. It's an app which you can only use when you have less than 5% battery in your phone. If you have less than 5% battery in your phone, you can use it, and then you end up in a chat room with other people having less than 5% battery on their phone. So a lot of people are chatting with each other, yeah, it was quite a ride, and I made also a small video about this.
Everyone knows the struggle of a dying phone. Die With Me is an app you can only use when you have less than 5% battery. Die together in a chat room on your way to offline peace.
Yeah, so this is Die With Me, and it was super hard to get it in the Apple App Store, because developing the app was not that hard. You basically had just to design a chat room. So Apple really ignored it. I mean, they said like, no, we don't want this in our chat room. And this was basically the reason. So you get this. This is the platform where you upload it, and then they give comments on it. And then on my birthday, after a few months trying everything, they approved it, and it was online in the Apple App Store. And that same day on my birthday, it went viral.
Low battery, no problem. You can still chat it up. I've got just the app for you in tonightsdaily.com.
So it was everywhere. I was really excited about that. A lot of YouTubers talked about it. Big newspapers talked about it. It was #1 on Reddit also, on the front page. I won a few awards with that. It was also in the Wall Street Journal, and then it was the #1 in the Apple App Store, and in the category paid. So it's a paid app. And then after a few weeks, different companies and different people starting to copy my app. So this was the first copy. It's called Die With Me in the Google Play Store. So it has exactly the same name. But the difference here is, so the concept is the same, the design is different, but the difference is that they were asking no money for it, but they were having a chat, advertising in their chat room, so they were making money too. And I was again like pretty frustrated. And I thought, okay, I need to do something. So I sent them in like a really angry email. And I asked them like, hey, remove it in 24 hours. And they didn't, but they changed the name from Die With Me to Live With Me. So then it was Live With Me. And, but then I think a few days later I discovered new copies like Die With Me, less than 15%. Last Date, Die Together Dating. It's a mix between Tinder and Die With Me. I was quite frustrated, but then I was working on other projects and I just continue on them. I don't spend a lot of time on this anymore. So I don't like to show apps in an exhibition space. So I made this neon lamp, and next to it you have the chat room all the time. Updates, sometimes I update the app. Now you can be verified. There's also a 5% update where you can pay €5 in the app, and then you can use it from 10% instead of 5%. On Black Friday, I doubled the prices, so you pay twice the amount of money for my app, and it's my best-selling day also. So that's super excited. Okay, let's do a little gift. I have 5 scratch tickets for the person with the lowest battery in the room. So who has the lowest battery in the room? Who has below 30%? No, nobody. Below 40? You can shout it maybe. Below 50? Okay, but it's still morning. Eh? A lot of below 70? Below 60? Okay, I think, what's your amount? Okay, I think you have the lowest battery in the room. So here are the scratch tickets. Here you go. 24-hour sunrise, sunset. I will be short about this because I made this during Corona, and it's basically using unprotected surveillance cameras from all over the world. And I made this device, and it will always show a sunrise and a sunset. So that's the device. I made it like for the exhibition place easy to set up. And I started making my own electronics. So this is me making electronics. So it doesn't check if there's a sunrise. It's just based on time when it will show a specific camera. Then I was able to make electronics, and I made Short Life. That's a product I sell in my web shop. And it's a product that you can buy. And it's quite personal because it shows how much of your life that is already completed based on your life expectancy in your country. So if you order it, you need to fill in your birthday, your country where you grew up, and then it will use this data from the World Health Organization. The subtitle of the project is A Clock to Remind You That Life is Short. And I made different versions of it, and people are so that's what you fill in when you order it, and people are quite excited. Like this, I got this a few weeks ago. Someone ordered the Short Life, and then later that's tattooed this on her arm because it was at a special moment in her life. I thought it was really a compliment for my work. Then we are at the Flemish Scrollers, and I made a small video about this art installation.
The Flemish Scrollers is an art installation tagging Belgian politicians when they use their phone on the daily live streams. This is how it works. Every meeting of the Flemish government in Belgium is live streamed on a YouTube channel. When a live stream starts, the software is searching for phones and tries to identify a distracted politician. When a politician is too long on the phone, a video of the person is then posted to a Twitter and Instagram account with the politician tagged. This is all done with the help of artificial intelligence and face recognition. The Flemish Scrollers was featured in important news outlets. A few Belgian politicians reacted in the media. The art installation was premiered on April 1st, 2022 in Lausanne, Switzerland. Please stay focused.
So first I had the software. It was running the Instagram accounts, and then later I made this, like the physical installation. I really wanted to show the hardware behind this kind of things. So it's like a big 18-inch server rack where I made custom things like this. So it shows like a visualization of how the software works. It shows the results, but that became later I placed. So the fans are on full, so you're not even able to talk in the space itself. You can see all the graphical cards. I think it's important to show that also. So this is a picture that went really viral. This is how it tweeted. And then some things, so there was a lot of press, and some things changed in Belgium. The day after, they filmed the meeting, they start filming the meetings differently. So before they had like an overview shot, how they film the meetings, and then now they have like this close-up shot when a person is talking. So I thought that was really interesting. So that changed in Belgium. Then border birds, I made this together with my sister. She's a photographer, but I used unprotected surveillance cameras again. So I found cameras that are protecting borders. So you can see the wireframe there. So I found first cameras that are protecting borders, and then I used software to detect detect birds in photos. So it's like constantly running, and when a bird is crossing the two countries, it takes a photo and then I saves it, and I place them later in photo frames. All the borders I choose, they are two countries that are in conflict with each other. If you order a border bird in my web shop, half of the profit goes to a company helping refugees. So, and then you have the small, I laser cutted the name in the frame itself. Then we have the follower. It's a video of 8 minutes, but it's currently offline. But it's at one side you see an Instagram photo, and on the other side you see how that Instagram photo is taken, again with the help of an open camera. So I did this with first capturing all the open cameras for weeks. I recorded them, and those are places where a lot of people are taking photos. And then later, at the same time, I scraped all the photos of that location on Instagram. And then the hardest part is to bring them together, to find the exact moment when this photo was taken on this video. So I made a selection out of this. The people were not aware that I used them. It found even like some influencers, and I placed this video online. That was, I guess, exactly a year ago. A lot of stuff happened. That's another presentation, but to summarize, Meta sent me an email to have a video call with me. That was, by the way, a really personal email. And then the New York Times did a big article about it, where they came to my studio, they interviewed me, and they interviewed Meta, they interviewed people from the White House also. So it was like a big thing. Also some interesting stuff that happened that I was never expecting. So this is a bit about fake news. So there was like, it's more misinformation. So there was this TikTok, I think now it has more than 5 million views, but it's a person talking about my project, but the person explains it wrong. So the person says like, oh, is this open source tool where everyone can just upload a photo and then it will find the Instagram, or it will find the video. That's not the case. I really had to do this with specific cameras and specific place where a lot of photos are taken. And then I got suddenly, after this TikTok, a lot of emails like, hey, my ex-girlfriend went out yesterday. Where is your tool? I need to use it. But I got also 2 emails of people parents where the son was murdered, and there was a camera, and they, for legal reasons, they didn't have access to this camera. And they asked me like a year later, even like, hey, can you get access to this camera? I'm really not able to get access to any camera. So there was also a big copyright claim on live footage. I thought that was really interesting, and a lot of people watched it. A lot of people saw this project. And this is one of my latest. It's called Recharge. It's a seat where you can lay down, chill, relax a bit from the internet, and next to it you can charge your phone, but you can only charge your phone if your eyes are closed. If your eyes are closed, your phone is charging. If your eyes are open, your phone is not charging anymore. And I thought there's something really poetic about this, like you charge yourself while you're charging your own phone to get back on the internet. This is how the software works. I'm now really into edge computing, where you run really complex models on a really small device that doesn't take a lot of energy. It's basically running on a Raspberry Pi. This is the small Linux computer. And then shirts. This is my latest project. It's a shirt that I'm selling. And the first shirt was costing €1. And the next shirt was costing €2. So every time if someone ordered it through my web shop, the shirt got more expensive. And then you have it also on the shirt itself. That's what people get. You get like a new little paper with it. And now we're at 174. So that's one of my latest projects. Let's go back to the Instagram, and then let's do a little experiment, and then I'm finished. So let's check the Instagram photo. So last time I refreshed, we were at 4,600, and now we're at 13,000. So congrats to those 2 cats that went viral the last couple 10 minutes. So let's do a little experiment. It's called the Selfie Coach. So it's a tool that is using ChatGPT 4 and 11 Labs. So what it basically does, it's with the voice of Kylie Jenner that will give advice on my Instagram photos. So let's try it out. Oh yeah, there's like this bug where the first picture is dark, but she will notice.
The lighting in this photo is quite dark, making it hard to see your expression and outfit details, which are crucial for engaging content on Instagram. I like the peace signs, showing a relaxed vibe, but let's brighten up the environment to show off more of your personality and create a more inviting image. Okay, let's try another one, and this time brighten up. On my count, okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
So it's also the voice of Kylie Jenner.
Love the fun vibe with the peace sign. Maybe try a cleaner background next time to make you pop more, and a bit brighter lighting would make it perfect.
Let's do one more.
Okay, let's try another one, and I'll count down for the next try.
I don't know what to do
3,
anymore.
2, 1.
Okay. It's not really a project, it's just me exploring a little bit what is possible.
I like the energy with the peace sign. Yeah. It's fun and engaging. To enhance this, try tightening the focus on yourself a bit more to stand out against the busy background. Maybe a little less headroom.
Someone that wants to try it? Quick.
Okay, let's try another one. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, this was the last one.
I love your enthusiasm with the thumbs up. It adds a fun vibe. Okay. Try to improve the focus on your face next time for a sharper image, and maybe step slightly further from the camera to capture more of the cool background. Okay, let's try another one and do a count.
Yeah, so this was me. Thanks for listening. Thank you for inviting me in this beautiful city too, so thanks. I don't know if you have time for questions. Any questions? Yeah.
Also first, I'm still flabbergasted. Also fantastic work and brilliant sense of humor, yeah?
Thank you.
And I'm quite interested in your pricing system, yeah? Because I think it plays, you work with the systems, you work with these concepts, but how do you define value and what are the parameters for your pricings? Yeah, with the belt, you said maybe this costs £20, then the other one £65. What is the thing? Because you have thinking behind everything. So
you're talking about the photo frames?
Exactly, and your belt, where you said, you know, you can buy something for £20, and the photo frames. How do you make your prices? What are the parameters for it?
Maybe the jaywalking frames, because
everything in a way.
yeah.
Because
So
is it sense of, is it like playful, or is there also?
Oh yeah, so I always try to find a system on how to create to put a price on something. Like for example, the jaywalking frames that sells at the cost of the fine in that country. So that's for when you the cost of when the police sees you and you're walking a red light. That's the price of the photo frame. It can be between 20 and 500 euro. But I don't have a belt that is a product, but the sound wave. Yeah. No, that's a very good question. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was so on the 24-hour Soundwave project. It's based not on the length of the audio file, but it's based on the value I give it to. So I was thinking like, okay, this file I really don't want to have it on the internet. So this is like 600 euro. If it's like, okay, I prefer not that anyone listen to this. Okay, this is 30 euro. So that was a project where I really, by feeling like, yeah. So not a lot of people bought those things. A few friends, the cheapest one, and then you get also a license with the audio file that you can do whatever you want with the audio file. Any more questions or yes?
Hello. So I have a question. Do you ever think in the moments of creating the artworks where you are using the cameras that you should not be using, like do you ever think for the consequences? Because we talk about it a bit and you had some like lawyers reaching out and there are consequences. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, so my approach is that so the installations I'm building, it doesn't find random cameras. So they're all curated. So I don't show cameras that are really private. I make to find a balance in that. So most of the time they're filming public places. But of course, I don't know what's happening in those images. And in the beginning, when I was building projects, I'm talking about 10 years ago, like I was going wild. I didn't do a lot of legal checks. And sometimes I ended up in a lot of trouble with that. So now it's like more, I have 2 lawyers that does a legal check before I launch it. So sometimes I'm not able to launch it at all. Sometimes they change some really small details in the project. And sometimes they don't know. I have 2 people and they're experts in privacy, and sometimes they say the completely opposites to each other, and then I'm really like, okay, I'm now, I don't know sometimes what to do then. But then I have a feeling it's really in a gray area. But to be honest, I'm not an expert in like the legal things, so I keep the. I outsource this, like, okay, and I just give me like, okay, can I do it, yes or no? And that's a bit how I work. But now, like, I do more and more legal checks with people, so, yeah. But still, like with the follower, I just send it first to them to ask feedback, and still I ended up in many trouble. So, yeah. Other questions? Okay. Okay, thank you for listening. Thanks.
Yes. So maybe let's get the mic off Dries now quickly, and then I know Fred, si tu peux venir. And then in the meantime, I invite people to the panel. So there is a cameo in the panel, because I invited also Dominika Trubkova, who did a workshop yesterday, part of AixDesign. I didn't plan this for I just thought that it's a nice thing to do, because they came, the two of them. And yeah, so I invite Silvia, Nadia, and Dominika, and then Dries was getting the mic off here with me for a panel. Yes, please come. I'll let you share this mic, and I'll have this one. Okay. So thanks, thank you all for your talks and for a workshop. I think this panel was kind of meant for us to also understand how to engage with, for example, with our students, because the AI is arriving both as a sort of a threat, but also as as an opportunity, I guess. And then we have different sort of approaches. We have approaches in media design, where, for example, people are technically engaging with AI. We do have other types of approaches where people just kind of try it out and then move on. It was like a tool that I maybe used for one of the projects, and I did something else. And then we have also everything going all the way up to the actual education system, where people are we don't know how to teach anymore, and so on. So my first question, and I think I want to ask silly practical questions. So my first question is how do you yourselves learn about AI, right? Well, you mentioned a little bit, but how do you engage with content? Do you watch tutorials? And which kinds of tutorials do you watch? What is your own learning process, and how did you get basically with your interest to AI where you are with it now? Is that clear enough? Yes, cool. I let you.
So it's going to be probably surprising, but I did my bachelor in cybernetics and my master's in AI intelligent systems. So I was kind of engaging with it before it was cool, let's say, but so I got this huge background, and now I found myself in the art world, which is super interesting. I'm doing the artistic research, which is even more engaging for me. So I don't have the tips what to watch, but I really want to create with Nadia these resources for people like where to start, how to engage, but I don't have the tips just yet. It's just what I read along the way now. So yeah, that's my answer.
So how I learned is more autodidact and more YouTube University. I really like going to events like this and just learning like this. So I did a lot of that and doing this but virtually. So I watch a lot of talks on YouTube. That's literally how I educate myself on anything. And then at some point, so I was working in AI, on AI for a few, I don't know, a few years, 2-3 years. And then I got frustrated that I can't make it. So then I started to learn more coding and Python and all of that, which again brings you to YouTube. And Yeah, that's, I mean, honestly, I think one resource that I do really like is there's this thing called Elements of AI, and they're like online courses. And first they had like a basic one, and then they made one that's like about building, so it's more technical, and they have an ethics one, I think, as well. And I think that does a good job of explaining also the foundations and how like AI and machine learning and statistical analysis and sort of like how this whole, like sort of separating also this concept of AI from the actual technical, like programs and infrastructure. Yeah, YouTube, baby, that's where I'm at. And yeah, now we are trying to create resources or like share and bookmark and curate whatever things that we find, helpful in building that literacy. But yeah, my journey is like that.
Thanks. I think YouTube is also a good resource for me, but I learned, first I start learning code by buying a book, and that really didn't work out, so it was really starting at page 1 and then go to everything, but then I was so distracted about the whole thing. And then I learned, I came up with an idea, and I really wanted to make it, and my friends doesn't want to make them because the idea was so stupid. And then I did, okay, I know it's possible with this programming language, let's just do it. And then I learned, and that's how I learned coding, just from project to project. And that's really like, I'm motivated about the idea, and I think for a lot of people that works, like instead of buying the book and going from lesson 1 to 2, that really didn't work out. It was just like focusing on the project and going for it. And I think I'm just really good at Googling when I'm coding. So I'm curious. Here you go.
Thank you very much. I think mostly through experience. I'm not a Googler, I hate it sometimes as well to be in front. I think mostly through creative dialogue with other creative practitioners, or also sometimes if I do trips and see things. China was for me a key eye-opener last year in November. I had the opportunity to go to Korea. There I saw also other artists, designers, where I thought, wow, this is amazing. And I think I also have the privilege to be in an educational context with the next generation where I can't run away. I get permanently confronted with new apps, with new ideas, with new things, and I need to respond to this. And of course, this is also influencing your own thinking and activates also your imagination in a way.
So just a little highlight from the exchanges that there was very little mention of learning from, let's say, a design school, and the one mention of learning from a design school was where a professor actually learns from the students. So I think that this also is describing the way the digital infrastructures work a little bit right now, and the way that actually the domain is so large that you need to learn kind of project-based, as Dries mentioned, and actually, so putting back, going back to that question, because you just mentioned teaching, as well, and you talked about it in your work, and you showed your student project, which I think was really interesting, and everybody kind of talked about a little. I know that Dries, I saw that you published the selfie AI selfie recommender on GitHub as well. I was kind of poking into it. And then you talked also about this sharing platform that you're building, and it was like a massive Miro board and stuff. So what do you think, because I still think you have a creative community in mind, right, when you share, right? It's not, I don't know, you're not essentially building for or sharing for other engineers. You have creative community in mind. So what is your, what are your approaches, I guess, to sharing? How do you curate and did AI anyhow change that practice? Is it, and when I say did AI change that, I mean the ownership, or the approaches to teaching it and so on.
Interesting. I'm not sure. Did I know how is it for me? because also, like, I didn't mention that in the first round, but I'm also, as a PhD student, I'm also involved in teaching. And that's a huge topic for me now, that I'm responsible for, like, bringing the knowledge to the students, which are mostly afraid and mostly, like, rejecting. Like, how do I, knowing all the technical stuff, like, not all, but, like, I learned something, and then knowing this critical viewpoint that we preach, like, how do I give them something that they, like, it doesn't make it worse? Because I want the students to be informed, to make informed decisions then, but also I don't want to spook them too much, then not to interact with it. So that is like a huge topic, and like it's a science in itself, how to like give the knowledge to the people that you like consume yourself. So I don't have the answer, but I'm really trying to work on it, this year, last year.
And do you think about it when you were building, like I don't know if it's going to be a platform, like the sort of resourcery that you're building?
All the time, like, or at least speaking for myself, all the time. And we are having this like little sprinkles there and here, and like arena boards or like mirror boards. But it will probably be some kind of toolkits that you can take yourself and then implement in the classes or for yourself or to the workshops, or like these little helpers, like curating the critical knowledge.
Yeah, we won't build a platform. There's platforms out there that we can use. I think from my own experience as well as teaching, I think there's like hands-on experience. So not just talking about AI, but like, let's grab this tool and do something. So something I do a lot is like the teachable machine thing from Google, which allows you to like build a simple like computer vision classifier in like 10 minutes. It's been around for years. It's a really simple tool, but it's really good because, you know, people can actually do this and sort of build their literacy, their experience through that. And I've realized that it works really well both ways. When people are really scared of AI and like, is it going to take our jobs and once you start doing stuff, you realize, like you get, generally I've seen this, like you get less scared because you realize how much your, like the core driver is still in the intention and the curation and the blah, blah, blah. And, you know, so it's like you get less scared. On the other hand as well, if you're like really hyped, you're like, sick, AI is gonna, you know, you also get hands-on experience. You're like, it actually quite sucks. Like it has its limitations. It's very, you know, normative, blah, blah, blah. And so I think just like doing something, making a thing, even if it's, you know, whatever it is, doesn't matter. But like having that hands-on experience, and then beyond ideally like a prompt interface, but trying to go behind that into the layers. And I think that for me has really worked in terms of like teaching. And I think the other thing generally as teaching, I'm just like, I don't know anything neither. Like, so I think when I teach, which I don't even, it's like just not a verb I relate to really, but it's like I just come into the classroom and I'm like, cool, so what questions do we have? Like, let's spend some time with them. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, you know? Because I have an experience and a perspective, but yours is like, it's new to everyone. And so it's like, it's all equal, you know, it's like everyone's an expert in a way, like obviously not in a technical perspective. But, you know, people really, everyone has thoughts and opinions and whatever on AI, and specifically like in the work that I do, which isn't necessarily in technical nature. So yeah, just like sort of leveling that playing field and not, you know, not being like, I'm the expert and like, here's information, but like, cool, here's some stuff I've been thinking about. What are you thinking about? And doing that with a group of students, I think is way more fun. And I think also sets them up more for, I don't know, like life and work after that, you know, because there's no answers. So, yeah, that's, I don't know, just two cents.
Thanks. So before I share a project, I share it to 4 or 5 people that I know to get feedback. Before I asked it to 20, 30 people, but I was like really confused. They made me more like I had like a vision for a project, and then it confused me more asking to many people. So I keep it with like 5 friends of me. To my mom also. She's not really into technology, but then I know her opinion. And I wanted to say something. The mom tests. Yeah. Yeah.
Cute mom test.
Yeah, and what also works for me is working on multiple projects at the same time. So sometimes I'm stuck, and then I can continue working on something else. So that helps me to find the problem sometimes, to just leave it there.
Yeah, I also do this multifaceted things. I think this is quite a helpful strategy. Yeah, in context of curation, yeah, and teaching, and this overload of many opportunities. There is no golden recipe, but I think we offer ingredients, but I think the important thing is that everyone decides what kind of menu he wants to cook at the end, yeah, what kind of flavors, etc. And this is only where you can support and ask the right questions, yeah. I think I don't want to give any guideline, use this, use that, or, you know, I'm more love the idea of showing the repertoire and you pick what you want. This is also what I prefer for my own, how I see the world and what can I pick and how can I use this. But I think also the aspect of decision making and disciplines also, but is, I think, very important, because you could you know, it could never end. You get more and more and more every day new information. I think sometimes it's quite important to say, okay, I have here a deadline, or I set myself a deadline, or have a certain time frame where I need to make a decision. So I think this is my strategy a little bit to finally produce a physical outcome. But I'm also more interested to translate it in the physical world. So I need a certain parameter, or I have certain parameters which I need to deal with, yeah. If this makes sense.
You can just keep the microphone, because I think that the next question, I think it works. No, but I think it works. Yes, I'm art directing this panel, where actually I'm learning more from people I'm interviewing. No, I wanted to talk about one other thing, which is also very important in the way that we're kind of trying to now address this sort of opportunity crisis in our university, and sort of me as somebody who teaches both like AI as a concept and AI as code. How do you communicate? What role does process, I guess, play in the way you work with AI? Because I know that you're all, apart from, again, building platforms, you're all artists. Somebody explained it, sort of showed it more in the talks, but others, I know that Nadia, you make films. You also, you have all this practice on like AI and feminism and so on. So in your talk, it was particularly emphasized in the sense that there is a 24-hour span of generation. There is a enormous span of curation, manual curation, with those rings coming from somewhere. Then there is all this manual work afterwards. There's all this test, and so where does how do you see AI as part of the process? Is process and the sort of length and implication of you in the process important? What I'm getting at, I guess, is that there is this tendency that we've been noticing lately, where one, on the good side, having tools like ChatGPT, for example, enabled students to want to engage with technology. Oh, this is accessible enough, right? On the other side of things, now we have people coming in with a copy-pasted broken code and saying, I don't know, this doesn't work. I just tried it and it doesn't work now. So can you fix it so that my project works, because I need it for Tuesday, right? So there is this sort of productivity dream, but none of you really approach it from the productivity perspective. At least I didn't get this impression. So how do you approach it?
Yeah, so definitely no productivity. Yeah, and if you talk, if you, in this, you know, I had chats also with AI engineers where they said, you know, you need to give them clear information. What is a ring or whatever? You know, this is not precise the outcome, so that it would not be a kind of efficient in kind of science research outcome of a ring. But this is exactly. For us, or as well the dialogue with John, is superb. The process is actually the key, yeah, if this makes sense. Yeah, and the interesting part for me also after a project like Infinite Loop, I'm asking myself, does it need a physical outcome? You know? So is it starting, it is like, because I work like this, I need this tangible experience, but I ask myself now, does it need to be a physical ring, yeah? Is it only the journey of how you engage with AI, when do you stop it, how much is human involved? But I see it now as a ping pong game. Does it make sense? Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not sure if I get the question right, so. Okay.
In a sense that there's a promise of AI as like a productivity tool. I don't have the impression that you would use it as a productivity tool. Yes, you build simple things, but for you AI is a sort of like maybe a conceptual tool, maybe a process tool, maybe a final outcome. But is it about facilitating your process of arriving to somewhere?
No, I think it's I use them in all different kinds of. Yeah, I use them to code. Sometimes they're part of the project. It's quite diverse for me. Try to do something in every approach that I can find. So it's quite diverse. So yeah.
I do use it as a productivity tool. I'm just not like interested in productivity as a concept. You know, it's like I produce because I have to pay rent, and I produce to externalize my thinking, and I produce, yeah, those are because for the sake of it. But like this, I don't know, productivity isn't something I'm like, not a value or like a goal that I'm so interested in. It's more like a necessity because we live in, a world in which we have to pay rent. And so in that sense, I do really actually use it as a productivity tool, and in the most silly way. So I was telling you about this yesterday. Like I'm not a great writer, but I like thinking. And that's a problem because in this world, people like thoughts to be expressed in eloquent writing. And as a researcher as well, it's like there's a thing there. There's obviously other ways of researching and research output, creative research output. And so we do a lot of that. I do a lot of that. But sometimes you need to write a thing. Similarly, just with like emails, like I just write like blah, 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 like very conversational and whatever. So I use ChatGPT a lot for like editing text. So just because our world values writing. And so I use it to fit into that mold in a way. It like helps me do that. And so I just give it a messy note and I say, can you make these coherent sentences? And I say, no yapping, use the original terms and don't add any extra things. And then it just makes it like a normal writing, And I'm like, great, thank you. So it's like kind of like assistant. So I 100% use it as that. And I also use Perplexity for like research. And I say like, so Perplexity is like, is like also text search engine, whatever. But it gives you sources and footnotes. So it says like, oh, based on this paper, like it's defined as this. And I'm like, cool. So it's like, it's sourced. It's not just making sort of stuff up. And so you can check the source and see if whatever. And so I use that a lot, being like, oh, how is like this concept different from this? And like, oh, who's thinking about that I could check out their work? So I use it as like a contextual search engine or like a conversational search engine. And that's very helpful. Yeah, so I very much use it as a productivity tool, actually. It's just not the part that I think is so, like interesting. Yeah, it's not the part that's like necessarily interesting for me, but it has been incredibly helpful. And also as like we're self-funded, like we're mostly volunteer-led. Like most of the work we do, no one's getting paid, and so that's also helpful to then have productivity tools because we're like a low-resource environment. So yeah, I do like it for that as well, not gonna lie.
I was trying to think about the answer, but then you were speaking about something very interesting, so I will try to start with that my approach in like my practice or the education is kind of an informed curiosity or informed hope. Like, but then you said something like, yeah, I try to use like ChatGPT for editing and stuff, but I seen like in these texts, I was losing myself, like because as non-native English speaker, like I form the sentences in some specific ways, like, and that is also kind of my style in English, even though it's not 100% correct or it's not the best, it's not the most eloquent. But then I did like maybe 1-2 posts on LinkedIn, whatever. Yeah, so I tried with the help of ChatGPT, but it was just sounded so, pretentious. So I was like, no, okay, no. But I use it in the places where it doesn't matter that much. Like if I want myself in there, I will just write it myself. Or like I just correct the grammar, nothing, like not editing, because it's like it's getting into this very like templatey way, and then everyone just uses the same word and delving into everything, kind of. So.
Did your LinkedIn post start with, I am so thrilled to announce?
No, but I think it was visible that it was generated. So.
That's what, like, when we were English proofing the text for the symposium, it was always replacing we are happy to we are thrilled, always. So you have to always negotiate. So does the audience have any questions? We still have like 5-7 minutes left. I do have like oh yeah, there is one. Okay. Is there any microphone in? Yes. Excellent.
I think Dries made a very good point around cultural regression, actually, in his presentation. And a few of the projects we saw around how our definition of value or happiness is getting narrower and narrower, for instance, being defined in likes. What the work Dries is doing is also challenging a lot the value through pricing, actually, going against pricing, such as doubling the price for Black Friday, or the latest you buy a T-shirt, the more expensive it will be, etc. So it's kind of taking the opposite. But overall, when I see generative AI experiments, I'm really concerned around cultural regression overall, actually. Not only through AI, but also through social media algorithms, and the fact that small business owners, like opening a cafe or something like that, and trying to build a lovely atmosphere, they will actually get inspired by whatever is popular on social media, and you end up with these beige coffee shops everywhere in the world. And I think we have a responsibility to try to find what cultural specificities still manage to survive in spite of it all. Kylie Jenner tells you that you have to take a photo this way, or World Press Photo says the same. And so do you find it more difficult than you found it before generative AI to actually be creative or go against the mold, or is it just even more playful because now it becomes even more obvious what the norm is? So I'd be interested in your reactions and these themes of cultural regression and reducing to the norm, etc., fitting into the mold. Thank you very much.
My 2 cents is that it's always about the person using it. So you can have a person using AI, and the result can be like very shitty and uninteresting. But then you can have someone else using AI and does like amazing thing. Well, it also depends on the point of view who is judging what is bad and what is good, or some like what is the definition even of that. But it really depends on the person. It's not even about, it's because the AI for me is just another tool in the toolbox of everything. And yeah, it's about the people.
You want to go first? I feel like you'll have enough.
Yeah, I think
I mean, just if we don't all have qualified question, right? I mean, I can
I don't know why this has been like, everybody's very meticulous. This, yeah, thank you, Nadia. I didn't have the courage.
Yeah, so for me, I think it didn't change any creativity when those tools appears. I just write down a lot of IDs on my phone, and I combine old IDs with new IDs. That's a bit of my strategy, but nothing really changed in the creativity or ideation. But sometimes I try to brainstorm it, for example, ChatGPT, and then then I start the sentence with, "I'm Dries Depoorter," and I'm trying to find ideas about, and then, but yeah, the ideas are not really fresh, but it's funny that it makes, like on my website, there's a title of a project. I try to explain every project in one sentence, and then there's, if you still are looking, there's a bigger text with like more details. And also when I'm saying to ChatGPT, like, "Hey, I'm Dries Depoorter, I'm trying to brainstorm," and then it makes it in this kind of forms. And I thought it was really interesting. It's always projects with humor, but I never had this moment like, okay, now we found the ID that I'm searching for. So, but yeah, what I do, I select, I note down a lot of IDs, really old ones, and I combine them most of the time with new ones. Like, for example, Die With Me I was lost in a city, was not finding my hotel back. And then I came to the idea like, hey, let's create an app that you can only use when you have a low battery. But then I was really thinking like in dating apps where you can meet someone people with low batteries. And then I think it took me a year to just come up the idea like, okay, it's the best way to just have it as a chat room. So sometimes it's good to have your ideas around and let them stay there for a few, and then you sometimes after a year you have this feeling, okay, this is it, let's just create it tonight.
Yeah, I think I have nothing smart to add to. Yeah, everything is said. I see it. I understand your point as well from also consuming things and seeing similarities. But yeah, I see it as a palette where I have now things on it which I can use. And I agree with you. It depends where you come from, what your interest is, and what you do with it.
We have excellent, thank you for your answers. We have 40 seconds left. I wanted to ask a big question, but I will ask it just to Dries, a very small question. Is Kylie Jenner ever happy?
I think in the chat sentence, I told ChatGPT, so it's working with ChatGPT, and I told ChatGPT, like, hey, you are Kylie Jenner, you need to give me advice on my photos. And then I said, like, be critical. So that's probably why she sometimes can be sad. But yeah, that's why she's critical.
I found her quite encouraging, like, oh, loving your energy with the peace signs. I was like,
But,
okay, girl.
but there's always
like
a but, there's always a negotiation. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you to those in the audience and also people watching online. We will see you at 2:30 and the screen says bon appétit. All right.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, welcome back after the lunch break for the last session of the Assembling Intelligence Symposium, which is the one on AI materialities. For this session, I would like to introduce the two moderators and also panelists who are friends and colleagues of mine. So Nicolas Nova, who's an anthropologist, design researcher, and writer, with a multidisciplinary background in social sciences, information technologies, design, and natural sciences. He investigates everyday cultures to tell stories and employs design approaches to explore the implications of new technologies as well as environmental changes. He is a professor at the HED Genève and a managing partner of G&N, a foresight agency working with public organizations and companies. Cyrus, or Cyrus, Khalatbari, is an artist, designer, and PhD candidate at the joint program between HED Genève and the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, EBFL. He is also the assistant at the Digital Pool, and he engages in research around the life cycle of GPU. Welcome, both of you. Nicolas and Cyrus.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let Cyrus give the introduction.
Okay. All right, perfect. So thank you so much, everyone, for having us. So we're going to start our presentation. So our topic is on AI materialities. And so, of course, when we talk about AI materialities, we talk about AI, and then we talk about materialities. So it starts from a specific research context, which is the political and normative discourses that depict technology as a cloud or as something that is seamless, that is fixed, and that is non-material. So of course, when we interact with technology, when we interact with platforms, there's light aesthetics, minimalistic buttons and interfaces that hide the software, hardware, and human infrastructure of labor and control, which enable these platforms to exist and operate. So when we talk about the infrastructure, we talk about extraction, optimization, and waste. So mining industries, optimization that we need in order to cool down our GPUs or CPUs, and waste where our computers are discarded and then are sent to waste recycling sites. So we can talk of, for example, TSMC, which is the biggest chip producer in the world. We can talk of cell phone towers. We can talk of undersea cables, of metal server racks, and so on and so on. And then when we are engaging with our platforms that are filled with AI processes, there's one object which stands behind the seamlessness of these platforms, and this object is the GPU. So the graphical processing unit, which is, in the context of my PhD, my
research object is the object that unlocked computing power and unlocked AI. So here we have the market cap of GPUs, or the fact that GPUs are used by Meta, Instagram, big corporations in a massive way. So the topic of the theme, the context of the theme, is to explore what we call these environmentally situated infrastructures of AI. And in the context of the GPU, let's say, of course, there's extracting, so extracting minerals for GPUs. So it can be tantalum, which is a conflict mineral, which is only extracted in Africa, or cooling GPUs, so the vast amount of water that we need to cool down our servers. And of course, once our computers and GPUs are discarded, what do we do with them and how do we recycle them? So from the extraction to the optimization and then to the recycling, there's of course hidden and shadowed by dominant discourses and big tech corporations, a network, an infrastructure of invisibilized workers of AI. From Amazon mechanical Turk workers to miners to TSMC workers or to maintainers, all these people are hidden behind our tropes around like AI and immateriality, but they contribute to operate the AI system. And so in the context of an arts and design school, how can artists and designers tackle these issues through their language and through their medium?
So that's the topic I wanted to give like a short introduction about as a way to like start the session. We're in an art and design school, and it means that even though we may have interest in history, in sociology, or anthropology, the way artists and designers address the questions that Cyrus mentioned is different. And it's mostly based on projects. I need the clicker, by the way. It's mostly based on project and some ways of experimenting with materiality of AI or computation. So for instance, I chose a certain amount of projects. It's not like that they are all representative, but they might illustrate somehow the sort of ideas I wanted to convey before the session. So, for instance, you have artists and designers who are interested in investigating the situation that Cyrus described. For instance, Max Dovey, in his project called Rare Earth Walks, he organizes walks in which with people, they collect mineral stones in the ground as a way to, well, illustrate somehow the kind of material that would be used for different information technologies. And it's a way to communicate to a larger audience about the fact that anything that is labeled as digital or virtual has a certain kind of materiality, and what they do is to find ways of engaging the population in understanding what it means concretely, practically with an object like a smartphone or a computer. So that's, one kind of art and design approach is about investigation and inquiries about this materiality. Some others are interested in building some kind of critical angle about this materiality. I'm thinking here about Unknown Field Division, this collective of artists and architects who do like field research, field trips. Every year they organize this kind of field trip to document this materiality. And a few years ago they did a field trip to Inner Mongolia, in which you have like plants which are trying to recycle or treat somehow discarded electronics, and that creates those very, very dirty gray lakes, which are absolutely unnatural. And what they do was, beyond visiting those places, is to create a series of artifacts like those vase that somehow reuse the kind of minerals that are extracted. And of course, they're super dangerous, and it's kind of, I would not recommend to have this at home, but that's a way to build this kind of practice by creating this object that can act somehow as sort of cautionary tales about the situation. Some others, in a context of investigation, are trying to go beyond this kind of field trip and try to map out the social technical system made of AI and computation systems. So those projects by Kate Crawford and Vlad Anjoler, or Matteo Pasquinelli and Vlad Anjoler, are interesting as a way of illustrating the way, you have a technology such as Alexa, for instance, and it's mostly understood as an interface, but what they try to do here is to show the diversity of the system, which is not just made of an object, it's made of a technical system with certain decisions about the communication protocols. Those protocols, they've been described and discussed here, for instance, in Geneva, in some international organization. You have the user side, you have the materiality side, and they try to build some kind of understanding visually of it with diagrams about those things. And that's interesting to see how artists and social scientists communicate with this sort of investigation. Another approach is to go beyond the investigation and look at exploring alternative modes of computation. This is a project by an artist called Ralph Baker, who created this sort of machine that we're not really sure about what it is, whether it's super high-tech or super low-tech. This kind of project shows that this divide is problematic, and his project is just a computing machine, a computer made out of different kind of material, not as a way of going to TikTok or using it as a regular kind of technologies that we have with a computer, but as a way to show that you can compute with other sorts of material, creating an artifact with a certain aesthetic. And in the same way, you have people, designers and artists, designing or building objects that also explore alternative modes of computation by creating some kind of critique. And one of my favorite projects, it's kind of old now, it's like almost more than 10 years ago, is this descriptive camera by Matt Richardson. It's a camera that you press a button, and then a few minutes after, it will print a text with a description of what you took as with the camera. And it works in an interesting way. It takes the picture, it sends the picture on Amazon Mechanical Turk, this crowdsourcing platform, where people on the other side of the planet are paid very cheaply to describe textually what you have on the image, and then it prints it. And it's a way for him to show like this kind of very strange form of computation that is possible these days, and of course that is quite problematic. So interestingly, I think all those projects that I've presented here, they address different themes or different perspectives that exist from an artist and designer's perspective, which are going to be reflected in the presentation we're going to have this afternoon by obviously different profiles, and I'm going to let Cyrus introduce the different speakers.
Thanks, Nicolas. So our first speaker is José Halloy. So José Halloy is a professor of physics at Université Paris-Cité, specializing in the physics of complex systems and the sciences of sustainability, and co-founder of the Laboratoire Interdisciplinaire des Énergies de Demain. His research focuses on the sustainability of technologies over the very long term, beyond the 21st century, and what this means for today's ecological transition. His framework of thought is based on the notions of Earth systems and living planet. It seeks to understand how a living planet works and to compare the metabolism of our technologies with the metabolism of life and the Earth. This leads José to ask fundamental, radical questions about the very long-term sustainability of human societies, first over centuries, then over millennia. His perspective on the very long term stands behind in stark contrast to and in opposition to long-termism thinking. José, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for your kind invitation and for this amazing symposium where I'm learning a lot. So this slide says a lot about who I am and the message I want to convey to you today. So this is not a talk against technology. It's not a talk against artificial intelligence. It's not a talk against anything. In fact, it's a talk about if you want to have technologies in the 22nd century, we better start thinking about it now, in fact. And I will show you that from a different perspective than usually. And yeah, okay. This is the perspective that I'm going to take. So I'm about 30,000 kilometers away from the Earth. This is a famous picture, by the way. Maybe some of you have recognized that picture. It's an interesting picture because it's been taken by a human being with a Hasselblad camera and a 70 millimeters Kodak film. And he looked through the window and took that picture because he thought that it was interesting to see the Earth that way. So the guy that did that is I cannot change the, yeah, okay. That's the guy that did that, is the first astronaut that was a scientist, a geologist, not part of the military, of the aviation industry and so on. And it's the crew of Apollo 17 that on its way to the moon in 1972. And by the way, 1972 is also the date of publication of The Limits to Growth that has been mentioned before. So at that time, there was this global view of the world that you find in the world model presented in The Limits to Growth. And it was also the time that we can take a picture of the Earth from outside, and also we have satellites surrounding the planet to try to understand how the atmosphere works, the oceans, and so on. It's also a famous picture because that's the original one. You see that it's not oriented correctly, correctly along the Western convention, and it's being reframed like the blue marble that is an iconic picture for ecology in the beginning of the 70s, right? That's my point of view. The astrophysics of a planet, which is very strange because it harbors life, and it's the only one harboring life that we know until now. So the question I want to address is, what are the criteria to invent technologies that will last for centuries or even, let's say, millennia? It may sound like completely crazy to ask that question, but in fact, we have examples of technologies that exist. Energy technologies, conversion of solar energy into chemical energy exists for the last 3 billion years. That's quite a long time. So we are inventing stuff, and we expect them to be sustainable, and the answer I reach is they're not. They're not, and why are they not sustainable? Okay, so one of the concepts that we invoke today is the notion of metabolism, which is the set of physical and chemical processes that maintain and operate the system. It's well known in biology. We all have a metabolism, right? But there is a metabolism also for technologies. It's the set of physical and chemical processes that makes that technology work. It's been addressed in the introduction. And of course, there is a metabolism of the planet. The whole planet, in fact, has physical and chemical processes that makes the system work and makes that we are present here. For instance, one non-biological feature of the planet is it has an electromagnetic field that is protecting us from the solar wind. And it's very important. It's very different from Mars that doesn't have one. And so its atmosphere is shaped by solar radiation, okay? And when we compare those three organisms, those three metabolisms, we realize that in fact the technosphere, the whole set of technologies we're using today, including digital technologies, are completely different. In fact, this metabolism is completely different, and that's the main issue, in fact. Not only it's completely different from the one of the organism, but it's also creating perturbation in the way the Earth is working, and those perturbations, we call them ecological catastrophes, right? So there are different transitions in the human history. The first major one for Homo sapiens was the Neolithic and the invention of agriculture, and then that was the start of the cities, and then the civilization, and so on. But more recently, there was the introduction of the use of fossil fuels at the beginning of the 19th century, and that's a picture, a foresight picture that I like a lot, that has been done by Marion King Hubbard, is a physicist geologist for the American industry of petroleum. It showed that in 1956, and he did a graph that is very interesting. It is minus 5,000 years, plus 5,000 years, and fossil fuels represent a parenthesis, an event, a small duration event in the history of humankind, right? And then we have the major transition that is getting into fossil fuels, and we are now in the other transition. We are already in the transition getting out of fossil fuels. And I remind you that fossil fuels is 80% of our primary energy, right? So it's not a detail. It's 80% of the energy we use in total on the planet. And entering in fossil fuels has changed the world. It's the one in which we are living. And getting out of fossil fuels is going to change the world again. And so the question is, when will that happen? And foresight studies point to the second half of the 21st century or the beginning of the 22nd century, which means from a technological perspective, that's tomorrow, because a major technological transition is about 50 years. So if we want to have technology and to be prepared for what is happening, we better start thinking about that yesterday, in fact. So I have a systemic view of technological system. What is important to understand is that the material extraction you have there on the picture on the left, it's a log scale, by the way. So every time you see a straight line, it's an exponential growth. In fact, thanks to fossil fuels, we have this massive extraction. And thanks to that massive extraction, we have fossil fuels. I will show you that in another picture. So it's a system. So when you change the source of energy, you change the materials you use, you change the technology you use, you change how society works. And it's systematic. So you're not going to solve the energy problem in itself if you don't address the material problem also at the same time. And you're not going to solve the material problem if you're not addressing the energy problem at the same time. It's a systemic effect, right? One of the main changes that is shown on that textbook pictures, by the way, it's well known now, is you see that, in fact, changing the source of energy, entering the fossil fuels energy, has dramatically changed the type of materials and the quantities of material you are using. And we went from more or less sustainable societies since the Neolithic to the 18th century. And then suddenly, at the beginning of the 19th century, we start this world of metals, cement, and so on, concrete. And most of those materials are non-renewable, right? So it's a major shift in the history of humankind. That's why I think it's one of the major transitions in human history. So now, the problem is that there is depletion of those minerals. And that's a periodic table redrawn by the European Association of Chemists. And the size of the square with the atoms is proportional to the availability of that, the amount of those atoms on the planet. The color is if it's critical or not. Green is not critical, yellow is critical, orange and red is even more critical. And then you have this little white rectangle there that symbolizes a smartphone, but you know a smartphone is a computer, everything is a computer today, a car is a computer, a plane is a computer, I'm talking into a computer, so pretty much it's the same technology. Then you see that there, below the silicium, you have this region which is extremely red. Those are the chemical elements that are necessary to produce digital technologies. So digital technologies are the most fragile technologies in terms of criticality that we are producing. That's a paradox. We bet I mean, the Western world is betting a lot on digital technology, and it's one of the most, if not the most fragile. It's my favorite zombie technology, in fact. I've done the calculation, and the peak of copper, you know, no copper, no electricity, no chocolate, remember? So the peak of production of copper, by the way, the production of copper is 22 million tons per year, right? It's exponential since the beginning of the 19th century. That peak is about, in a foresight analysis, business as usual, it's 2075, which is tomorrow, because it's a major change if there is a tension, a criticality of copper. So if you change the technological system, so I will talk about the center of the universe, Paris. So you have the Paris, the organic Paris, with all the societies until the 18th century. There it's symbolized by the Middle Age. You have essentially an organic society, and the materials you find them is mostly for prestigious building like the cathedral, is mostly stones, wood, a few tons of metal yet. And then the sources of energy you have is hydraulics, windmills, and of course the power of animals and humans, the work of animals and humans. And that's been since the Neolithic at the 18th century, it's like that. And most of Paris at that time was in wood, right, which is a renewable material. Then you introduce the fossil fuels, and you have the Eiffel Tower, and then you have the steam machine, and you have the trains, and you see that the steam machines is a metallic machines that allow you to use more coal, extract more coal, and with that coal you can produce more metal, which means that, for instance, the Eiffel Tower is 9,000 tons of metals, okay, of steel. That you cannot produce only with wood, because that represents 29 times the year production of the Forge de Buffon, which is one of the classical steel producing in France. So it's 20 times the annual production in the 18th century. In the 19th century, it's possible because you have this association between the mine coal and the steel industry. Then you add oil, then you add nuclear. With the oil, you have two things. You have yet another very useful source of energy, but you have also the whole petrochemistry, all the plastics, the polymers that we are producing, 1,000 different ones. And then you can build, you have the concrete and the steel and the glass and the polymers, and you can construct La Grande Arche. And you see it's a huge building when you see the people standing on the stairs there, okay? So when you change the source of energy, you're not changing just the source of energy, you're changing profoundly the society in which you live. Okay, and we are getting out of fossil fuels, so it will be a major transition, a profound change of the way we live and the kind of materials we produce and in what amount. Do we have an energy problem, by the way? Because I'm talking all the time about energy. So this little square, the blue cube there, you see there, is the total amount of energy consumed in 2022, and it's about 600 exajoules, right? That's the total amount of humankind on the planet. And then you have the gas, coal estimation of what remains. And of course, we should get rid of that also because of global warming, but I'm not going to talk much about ecology now. So if you remove that, then you say, okay, I still have uranium. And then if you don't want nuclear energy, you have the windmills. But there is one that is missing, of course, there, is this one. Suspense. The solar energy. The solar energy is massive. We receive a huge amount of energy from the sun. In fact, the total quantity of 1 year of human consumption of energy is received in 58 minutes. So about an hour of sun, and you have all the energy that humans have used during the year. All the planes, the boats, the missiles, the whatever you want, all the computers, 1 hour of sun. So in fact, we have plenty of energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it, because every hour we receive from the sun the total amount of a year. So what is the issue? The issue is the power density. So the power density is the power here. In English, power is a bit ambiguous because it can also mean energy, but here it's the power in the sense that the physics is the flux of energy. It's the amount of joules per second, the flux of energy per unit of time. And you see that although the sun sends us a lot of energy, its power is limited to 1.36 kilowatt per square meter. It's quite low, in fact, because you see the only energies that are equivalent to that, or even larger than that, are the ones that are fossil. Okay? As soon as you are renewable, like solar, geothermal is a different story, wind, hydro, and biomass, you're below. Of course, that's called thermodynamics. You cannot get more than what you get. Okay? And so what means that why do we like so much fossil fuels? It's because it's unlimited power, not unlimited energy, unlimited power, which means that we have available any power we want, and the question is how much fossil fuels, how many kilograms of fossil fuels can you add in the system per second? And the answer is a lot. If you go to filling your tank with gas, the virtual power of the gas station is 20 megawatts, because you receive about half a liter of gas per second. Okay, that's huge. And so what the fossil fuels have allowed is to free us from the solar constraint. And we were so happy to be free from the solar constraint that we built this world, and suddenly we realized, wow, but this world is not sustainable. So we have to get out of that. And even if we burn, either we burn all the fossil fuels and it will be the end, or we do care about global warming and we start burning less fossil fuels, and it will be the end of fossil fuels also. And the time scale is debatable. There are uncertainties, of course, but it's about a century, which means we have to think about that now. So basically, that was described also in the introduction, the technological system in which we are living is you go from the mine to the trash. You go from the mine from trashing ecosystems and the planet. And all the steps of producing the device are high power. And they are powered by fossil fuels at 80%, okay? So if you remove the fossil fuels, from where will you get that high power? The answer is we don't know. So that's why I consider that all the technosphere, the set of technologies that we're using today, they are dead in terms of long-term sustainability. In fact, that's why I call them zombie technologies, because they are thriving, they are still invading the world. We are talking a lot about artificial intelligence, but it's dead from a sustainability perspective, right? And why are they dead? And so they should be replaced, because either why they are dead, and they are, of course, creating ecological catastrophes. And we have to understand why. Why they are zombie? Because you may zombify them by using energy stocks instead of a flux, like the solar flux. You can zombie them by using mineral stocks instead of a flux. For instance, there is a carbon cycle, but is there a copper cycle? Not yet. Is it possible to have a copper cycle? That's a matter of discussion. It's zombified by power. Every time you use a power that is larger than the solar irradiance, which is 1 kilowatt per square meter, the per square meter is a bit tricky. Don't have the time to discuss that. It's an issue. Where do you find that power? In the fossil fuels, but if you don't have them, where do you find them? In nuclear power plants. But if you don't have enough nuclear power plants, where do you find them? Nowhere. Okay? That's one of the constraints of living on this planet. And then you can also zombify flows. Well, that's easy to understand with fishing. If you fish all the fish that are present, which is a flow, there is a flow of fish, it's renewable, but if you fish all the fish present in the ocean, then you have extinction of species, and that's it, it's dead. Okay, so you cannot ask more than the flow. And of course, there is this question of senescence and recycling. Recycling is an issue, and recycling is maybe even not a good idea, maybe. I don't have the time to explain that, but I will see. So that's one of my favorite ugly slides. So if you have a point of view of technology systems. So you don't think like an engineer, right? You think like the anthropology of technologies, right? Then, of course, you need energy sources, technicalities, and materials. That's usually what scientists and engineers think about. But you also need teaching. What kind of teaching? How do you teach it? You also need a socioeconomic system with geopolitics involved and political choices, social norms, imaginaries, cosmology, a philosophy of nature. What fossil fuels have done is they've zombified everything. So it's the whole system that has changed. It's not only an energy transition, it's a civilization transition we are facing, in fact. And that's what Margaret Atwood was saying. It's not only climate change, it's everything changed. So in 2007, I will not say it, it's a siesta time, right? In 2017, AlphaGo defeated Lee Sedol. Yeah! We were so happy. At last, the game of Go was solved by a computer. And so the first thing, I also read the paper and was impressed by the way it was done. It's impressive. It's a technological feat. I don't know if it's interesting to solve the problem of Go, but still, it was interesting. And then I look at it in terms of energy, power, and materials. So this is AlphaGo, and that's Lee Sedol. And so if I look in terms of energy, so a human being, his brain is about 20 watts, and if you're well-fed, overfed, your power is about 120 watts. And of course, Lee Sedol is not only playing Go in his life, he can do many other things, and he can even reproduce himself. Not alone, but he can. The computer cannot. It's made of metal, of plastic, of silicon, and a low estimation of the power needed to work with that machine is 155 kilowatts. 120, 155 kilowatts. You see, it's a completely different world. So now if I look, how much energy did Lee Sedol fed by 2,500 kilocal per day? He was 34 years old at that time. That's about 130 gigajoules. That's the amount of energy, right? How much time does it take to AlphaGo at full power to consume 130 gigajoules? 10 days. 10 days, 34 years. Now you understand what it means being high power or low power. It's a completely different time scale, right? So you have here a completely different chemistry, completely different physical process, completely different power requirement to do that. I prefer to be Lee Sedol because it's more sustainable than being AlphaGo. By the way, that's the new AlphaGo. Huh? It's not AlphaGo, it's OpenAI. It's the Microsoft data center. When you're using ChatGPT, you're using some stuff like that. It's hidden somewhere on the planet. I don't know exactly where it is, I forgot. But you see the scale, the change in scale. Huh? This little big cupboard there, and then suddenly you have a building full of computers just to run ChatGPT. So that's the materiality that was exposed in the introduction also. So I will go fast to the conclusion to that. That's it. So this is the answer. One of the answer to, well, not the answer, one of the point that Cyrus was making in the introduction. So that's only the point, the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg of electronics with how do you produce a CPU or a GPU. You need all those companies to produce that. Some of them, you recognize them, NVIDIA, Facebook, Amazon, and so on. Some of them, you don't even know they exist. But in fact, you need all that. And if you look at all that, there are some companies, by the way, you need the whole chemical industry. You know that to produce a CPU or a GPU, you need more than 100 different gases produced by the chemical industry. But if you look at that, there are companies in Europe, there are companies in the US, there are companies in mainland China, there are companies in Taiwan, and I'm not speaking about the mines and the chemical industry behind that. When you have that, you have a CPU or a GPU, right? Which is one of the pieces of the device, not all of them, okay? So you see that it's highly complicated. It depends on many, many different materials. So it's also a kind of fragility. when the restriction on fossil fuels are going to hit, what will be the effect on that kind of industry, and nobody has a map of that industry. So we are sailing in full ocean without a map. And the restriction in fossil fuels are going to hit that industry, which is already, that's why it's one of the most critical. By the way, that's ASML, that's a Dutch company from Holland, right? It's $500 million. It's the machine that keeps the Moore's law active. And you need 10,000 parts and 2 kilometers of cabling just to have that machine. And what's the nursery of a GPU or a CPU? That's a nursery. So you also have to need to build those buildings and have all the materials to do that, okay? So you see that, in fact, it's a very intensive and very complicated industry just to ask ChatGPT the recipe of spaghetti bolognese. So that's one of my favorite graphs, is the graph that explains everything. I usually teach a few hours about that. You will get it in 2 seconds. So what we have is the technosphere that is powered by fossil fuels that have a density of energy that is very high, megajoules per kilogram, 30 to 50 megajoules. It's not circular. I've put the arrow too thicker, in fact. It's much thinner than that, but to be seen, it has to be like that. So it's mainly linear from the raw materials to the trash, to trashing the planet. And of course, this technosphere is interacting with the metabolism of the ecosystem and of the planet, and it's creating all the catastrophes, ecological catastrophes that we are facing, okay? So this metabolism is completely different and completely incompatible with our existence on the planet. I mean, our human beings, because I have no fear for life on the planet. It has been through 5 extinctions, many climatic catastrophes in its history, and it's still there and thriving, okay? But the question is, are we going to survive to our own technosphere, okay? That's one of the questions we have to address. And so, and again, the important factor is that you have a mean of 342 watt per square meter instead of megajoules per kilogram. That's the difficulty we have to solve, which means reinventing the chemistry we are using and the power we are using in our industrial processes. So that's the chemistry of you. It's schnapps, it's carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur, mainly. So it's an organic chemistry. And that chemistry is unique to a living system, and it works for the last 3.5 billion years, right? So it's sustainable, I think, thanks to the biogeochemical cycle. There is one nearly universal genetic code. Next time you see a plant in your apartment or house or a tree in the street, remember you have the same chemistry and the same genetic code. The only thing you don't have is you're not photosynthetic, and that's a shame, because, because we have to feed on other organisms. So that chemistry is completely different from the technosphere, and it's completely sustainable. We depend on photosynthesis. We see an energy conversion from sun to chemical bonds, right? And that works since 2.5 billion years. And if there is no photosynthesis, there are no human beings. So that's the kind of technology that are sustainable. That's why I dare to say that we can invent technologies with those criteria that will last for centuries or even millennia, because those guys are existing for 2.5 billions, sorry. So that's a long time. So I think that the way the metabolism of the planet, of a living planet, I don't have the time to explain that concept, it's the planet that is living as a whole, and we depend on that. We are the consumers in that field. So the sun is absorbed by the producer, the plants, the photosynthetic organism. They produce stuff that we consume, and then there is all those biochemical cycles that recycle everything, all the matter. And that lasts for the last 2.5 billion years. So we have the choice, this organic human society that has been existing since the Neolithic, 12,000 years, and depending mostly on the sun and on photosynthetic organisms. And then we have invented, thanks to fossil fuels, a dry, high-power mineral chemistry, optimized for power, not yet for recycling, and recycling can be a nightmare. And it will last for maybe, an estimation is 3 centuries. Well, you can say 4, I don't care. If you want to be optimistic, let's say 4, and 2.25 centuries are gone already. That's the 19th and 20th century. So we have to go, we are getting out of that. Oops, we are getting out of that. And we have to come back to something like that while maintaining the kind of technology we find interesting. We forget that there is no separation between body and mind. When I was doing robotics, I was very interested in the work by a Swiss, Rolf Pfeiffer, that was professor at the University of Zurich. And he was insisting about embodied artificial intelligence and how the body shapes the way we think. And in fact, we forgot building software. We forgot, that's the mind, let's say, of the machine. We forgot that you need the body, and we chose the wrong body. And the body we chose is not sustainable. We have to rethink that. So I will end now. That's my conclusion. Let's change the body. Let's change the chemistry. Let's go to organic chemistry. I haven't invented. Some people have done it in Flanders, in Belgium. So they've done the equivalent of the 4004 Intel chips, one of the historical chip, organic, plastic. It's organic semiconductors, right? So it works. It's possible. It's bigger, okay? It's not, I don't know if you know the size of the chip. The size of the chips is smaller than your nail, but this one is a few centimeters. So it's possible to do it, and it works. So what's the difference? The difference is this. The power consumption of the plastic is microwatts, and the power consumption of the silicon one is 1 watt. Well, that's great. That's a million difference. We are saving power. Great. We are very happy then. That's one of the solutions. But then you look at the computation speed. There you have 100,000 operations per second. There you have 40. Well, yeah, that's physics. Electrons don't move at the same speed in an organic molecules than in a silicon crystal. That's physics again. So when you change the body, you change the way it has to work. With that kind of processor, no AI. Yann LeCun can cry again. Because remember, Yann LeCun was explaining neural networks started to work when NVIDIA did fast enough graphic computers for the gamers. So it's the gamers industry that was pushing the fact that neural networks are working. Now, if you change the materials, you change the body, you change the way it works, you have to change the computation and the way algorithms work, and even the architecture of the computer has to change. So that's my real conclusion. So we have 3 missions to solve, if you want. The first one, if you need to manage the existing system. Okay, and you have to make choices, close something, redirect some others. The second mission is with existing technologies, with zombie technologies. You have to produce low sustainability if you want to address the ecological catastrophes, right? But even if you don't want to address the ecological catastrophes, we will run out of fossil fuels and of minerals, so it's still a problem. And the third mission is to reinvent the body of our technologies, the metabolism of our technology. And that metabolism has to be closer and compatible with the one of the planet, of the living systems. It has to be compatible with the geochemical cycles of the planet. If not, you get what we get, ecological catastrophes. That's my positive conclusion.
All right, thank you so much, José, for this enlightening talk. So now we have 15 minutes questions. Is there any question in the room? Yeah, Chloe?
Yeah, I have 2 questions, actually. First one, simple and very difficult, I think, at the same time. Are you optimistic for the future? Do you think we can manage to do the kind of transition we should? And second one, a bit different. What do you think about all the metaphors surrounding technologies today? And I'm thinking more specifically about this big metaphor we use and we hear everywhere, which is the cloud.
Let's go back to my favorite slide. This one. So the first answer, yes, I'm not technophobic, right? I'm not advocating against technology. I'm worried that I want to keep technologies. I'm using AI every day for my physics life, my other life, my second life. I use large language models. I use neural nets. We have a new project about digital twins based on physics-informed neural networks. And I have a cluster. So I'm a bad guy, in fact. So I want to have technologies, and so I'm pretty sure, like Condorcet was betting on the brain, the creativity, the inventivity of the brain, human brain, and the fact that we're capable of inventing new things. So I think we are capable of inventing new things and making difficult choices, but we have to think the correct way to address the correct question and to look in the correct direction, which is not what is happening now. So now for your question about the imaginaries, this one. So you're asking if the imaginaries are correct. The answer is no. They're zombified. It's completely bad. One of my best enemy in terms of imaginaries is Elon Musk. Everything he says is complete bullshit in terms of sustainability. His imaginary dates from the 1950s or 1960s. It's old stuff, science fiction, that were written in the 50s and the 60s. He thinks he's going to go to Mars. Ha-ha. So it's a zombified imaginary, right? So we have to reinvent also imaginaries, stories that are more positive and that are more modern. What I'm blaming Elon Musk for is not being aware of the latest scientific knowledge. And that latest scientific knowledge has been produced in the 70s, since the 70s, up to today. What's the system Earth? How does it work? What's the problem with fossil fuels, and so on and so forth, right? But I think there are some positive imaginaries that can be said. And I think there were people that were happy in the 18th century. I'm not saying we go back to the 18th century because we never go back to anything. There is an arrow of time.
I was about imaginaries because I think it's the only things we can do here today. Do you know like solar punk stories or like imaginaries, by the way? Because in the solar punk they bet on solar panel, but lots of people say that solar panel is not the solution because making a solar panel takes more energy than what it can produce. Yeah. And blah, blah, blah. And even when they sell solar panel, I'm dumb enough to buy solar panel, it feels that they calculate the price you can win by saving the money by using the solar panel. They sell it to you at the price that you will save later. So it's just, when you take a solar panel, even economically, it's just like a leap of faith. C'est juste une croyance, en fait. C'est juste par conviction qu'on va prendre des panneaux solaires.
We're discussing about that. So I'm not advocating against renewable energies that are not renewables according to my criteria for the next century, right? Because it's important, it's the second mission, it pertains to the second mission. The second mission is very important, is to use zombie technologies to reduce the ecological impact, to buy time to invent the next step. And we need to buy time to invent the next step, and we have to deal with the socio-economical problems also, how many unemployed people you want if you stop making cars, for instance, and how, in what time frame. But of course, we have to reinvent that, and I'm working on recycling. We have also a project on recycling, and I'm working also, I have two PhD students on the solar panels, one from the geopolitics, which is it's very an important factor, and it's changing fast. And also can you produce solar panels with solar panels? That's the question we are addressing. But I'm very disappointed. by science fiction in general, in fact. I'm very disappointed because I don't find them very creative. So not all of them, and some are better than others. But basically, I find them so old school. So old school. They should open books of science and see how amazing are the things we've discovered recently. Including the way the planet is working. You know, we have discovered more than 5,000 exoplanets. Astrophysicists are thinking, what makes a planet habitable? Why is the Earth so special? Physicists are thinking about that and answering those questions. So I invite, if there are any science fiction authors in the room, to read them.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah.
There seems to be a few. I'll be quick. Thank you for this really important provocation. I think that's really fantastic. My question is very short because there's other people. I was just wondering how you feel about synthetic DNA as a possibility for changing the body, as you say it.
Yeah, so I cannot answer that shortly. But you see that I'm advocating to come closer. Our technology has to become living in the sense of living system. When I'm saying living technologies is really like living systems, like organisms and so on. But then you bring in all the ethical issues about living beings. Okay, so it's a huge ethical question. There are many ethical questions around that also. And we have a very different sensibility towards living organisms than in the 19th or even the 20th century. So it's a challenge also from that perspective. So I'm not advocating necessarily for synthetic biology or biotech, but of course then can be useful tools. And we have to try by trial and error also, because I don't think we will find a ready-made solution. It's a direction, and we will have to invent new things, try them, fail, and try again. There was, yes.
Thank you for your presentation and this session. I have a question, more fantasy one. For example, hopefully it would never happen on our planet, but if would sun disappear for some period of time from our planet, how would humanity survive for some period of time, and how it would work, for example?
So if I get your question right, you want to know how much time do we have left on this planet? No. what do you?
I have a question, like, for example, we have lots of time, but for one period of time, the sun would disappear.
Ah, yeah.
From our planet, yeah. And how would humanity survive? How would we live? How would we take the energy?
So the estimation of we have between 2 to 3 billion years ahead, and then the sun will blow somehow, and it will burn all the rocky planets. That will be the end of humans and life on Earth, because that will be the end of Earth. So I don't have the time to explain that we will never leave the planet Earth, which is answering the Fermi paradox. Where are the aliens? The aliens are other planets. And you know, planets are not traveling. It's difficult to travel without its star. But that's okay. Everything is appearing in the universe, birth, then they live life, then they die. So other planets will appear, other kind of civilization will appear somewhere. And I don't know if during my life we will be capable of detecting them. But I know it's not very optimistic, but you know I'm going to die also. And I'm not sad about it. So 2 billion to 3 billion, it's a lot of time. You know, the Homo sapiens is 300,000 years. Huh? Neolithic is 12,000. So imagine having 1 billion years ahead of us. And then the future generation can prove me wrong. Imagine that.
All right. Thank you, José. So I'll now introduce the second speaker of our panel. So Antonio A. Casilli is a professor of sociology at Télécom Paris, the telecommunication school of the Institut Polytechnique de Paris. He is presently a visiting researcher at the Centre Internet et Société of Paris, a research unit of the French CNRS. He has authored and co-authored several books, including the award-winning En attendant les robots, Waiting for Robots. He co-leads the research team Deep Lab, Digital Platform Labor, and has been one of the founders of the INDL, the International Network on Digital Labor. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Okay. Do you want me to use this one? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some Marxism? Well, it's a lukewarm welcome. Okay, thank you very much for being here. Today we will address materialism, but we will do it in a strange and peculiar way. Let's start with a very strange and sometimes upsetting anecdote. I have chosen to give this prologue the title, Get the Dwarf Out of the Machine. You will soon discover why. In 1940, Walter Benjamin, a few years before committing suicide to escape Nazism, wrote a very interesting set of fragments called Thesis on the Philosophy of History. One of those, actually the first, related the story of this famous chess player, mechanical chess player, an automaton that was supposedly the first artificial intelligence capable of simulating the cognitive processes of a chess player. And then the twist, which by now I think especially here is known to everybody. Somebody was hiding inside this fake automaton. He characterizes, Walter Benjamin, the hidden person as a hunchbacked dwarf, which is a very ableist way of describing the person that was hiding, but he chose this language because he wanted to use these as a metaphor for historical materialism. For him, historical materialism is just like this fake automaton that hides inside a strange being, the smaller being of theology. Now, I chose these as the starting point for our presentation because in a way I want to subvert this metaphor by saying that today's technology is the theology that hides inside a lot of material elements. And the first and most significant material element that is hiding inside here, if only this thing would work, is, again, we're back to the metaphor of the historical mechanical Turk, is a human being. As you know, the mechanical Turk was an actual robot that was invented in the late 18th century at the court of the Habsburg in Austria by Wolfgang von Kempelen. And inside the machine was a person whose identity has been debated for a number of years. I want to know. According to some, it was a soldier who lost his leg during the Napoleonic Wars. According to others, it was a very skinny boy. Others, again, insisted on a little person. And Edgar Allan Poe, who was a fantastic racist, said it was a hunchbacked Italian with a brown skin. Now, I don't want to go into the specifics of each hypothesis that has been advanced, but I just want to emphasize the fact that in no case it was suggested that the person hiding inside the mechanical Turk was a grandmaster at chess. And this is why this metaphor has been, recycled by Jeff Bezos some 20 years ago to launch Amazon Mechanical Turk. of course, a platform. Again, I think that most of you are familiar with it. Nicolas mentioned it in the introduction to this session. And this Amazon Mechanical Turk platform is actually a place where if you are a company and you want to automate processes, you can go and hire for a few minutes persons that are paid a few cents. Now, this is just the introduction. I want to talk about artificial intelligence and materialism by basically introducing 3 postulates. I think we will have for sure time for 2 of those, and hopefully we will have enough time for the 3rd one. The first postulate is, before I do it, based on my own position or positionality, as one might say, if we were in a more highbrow context, to explain where I speak from. Again, as Cyrus said, I co-founded this small artisanal lab of social scientists, economists and linguists who deal into labor and AI. And what we do, I like to say, is we address the iceberg of AI looking at not what is emerged, which is probably 90% of existing scholarship on AI. We look at what's under the water. And what's under the water has a lot to do with, well, where AI is produced. Our research basically leads us to places where you would not suspect that AI is located. I like to say that I travel the world with my friends and fight crime. And you will soon see why I say this, because in a way, there's a lot of semi-legal or, well, basically semi-true things that happen around AI. So the first point I want to address is that data is the actual basic nerve of AI, and data is not a given, despite the fact that etymologically speaking, data in Latin means given, things that are given. Actually, data are produced, and I want to use 2 examples to give you an exact feeling of how produced and manufactured data are. The first one is, of course, has been on everyone's mouths and minds these 2 days, is OpenAI and ChatGPT. ChatGPT was launched in November 2022. Fast forward 2 months, in January 2023, Time magazine published now famous or infamous expose explaining that for a number of months, hundreds of persons in an obscure location connected to a platform in Kenya, Nairobi actually, have been paid $1.34 per hour to train ChatGPT. And this is described in the expose as, well, one example of the human workforce behind what is described is, of course, as the advent of artificial general intelligence and other bullshit. ChatGPT, in the very acronym, hides in plain sight the mystery of this hidden workforce, because of course GPT stands for, G stands for generative, T is the type of model, it's a transformer, and P prominently stands for pre-trained. This machine learning model has been pre-trained by persons that have been, well, basically tinkering with the data. And by this I mean that they have been, I don't know, listening and transcribing to pieces of conversations, translating from one language to another, tagging this conversation or, I don't know, written pieces as, I don't know, this thing talks about science, and this thing talks about football, and so on and so on. Or this thing is problematic speech, or this thing is actually, I don't know, a nice poem by Shakespeare. well, I don't know why I chose that example. I don't like Shakespeare. And I don't like this thing, who doesn't work. Yeah, who pre-trains ChatGPT sometimes tends to be addressed in a very abstract way. And I just want to put faces on this question and to my answer, actually. A few months ago, 2 months ago, my team members and myself were at the European Parliament during the Transnational Forum on the Alternatives to Uberization. You will soon see why Uberization factors into that, with some of the people who pre-trained ChatGPT. Some of those are represented in these pictures. The people that come from places like Venezuela, like Nigeria, like Iran, but also Germany, France, and so on and so on. Because, of course, there's a lot to be said about pre-training and a lot more to be said about also post-training, because ChatGPT is still trained nowadays. We train it every day. We train it every time we use it, because ChatGPT not only provides us with answers, but also prompts us to, well, evaluate its replies. And this is called, of course, reinforcement learning, a process that you are all familiar with. You are also probably familiar with the fact that we ourselves, as humanity and human users of the internet as a whole, have been providing ChatGPT with data that have constituted the initial data sets. Petabytes of data have been collected for a number of years by this platform called Common Crawl. It's not a secret. If you go to Common Crawl's website, they say it loud and clear that they are the platform where data are collected, are used for the state-of-the-art LLMs as of today. And Common Crawl has been crawling the web for a number of years, collecting data from Wikipedia, Reddit discussions, some more or less legal or illegal and shady online libraries, and other sources we are not entirely familiar with. Where do data come from can be thus reply, well, it comes from the internet and it comes from us. But if we really insist, where do data actually come from? Well, we do have other information and evidence that comes from OpenAI itself, because when pressured to disclose the places where the workforce that was hired to train ChatGPT, well, OpenAI replied, okay, yes, we do have somebody in Kenya, yeah. Then we do also have somebody in South Africa, and then we have somebody in the UK, and somebody in Turkey, and somebody in India, and somebody in the US, and somebody in the Philippines. Makes a lot of people. Makes a lot of places. And this is interesting because, to me, there is something to be said about the geography of the data production and of the workforce that is involved into ChatGPT or in other types of humongous models that are constantly presented using this rhetoric that revolves around hypertrophic hyperparameters, a lot of hypers. You know, when Sam Altman and other tech tycoons speak to investors and they present their new products, they also always insist on the algorithmic part of it, the added value part of it. And they also insist on the fact that, for instance, GPT-4, that underlies ChatGPT now, has supposedly 1 trillion parameters. The mind boggles. But this means nothing if we do not consider that these parameters need to be used, deployed on masses of data. And in the history of AI, or at least what we call today AI, there has not been major advances in automation without a big push in datafication that has usually preceded it by a few years. Even if we go back to 1997, when Garry Kasparov was beaten by Deep Blue at the game of chess, we're back to chess, it was prepared by the publication in 1991 of millions of chess games in a big, organized and documented dataset. The same thing goes for other examples, and we can also, just skip forward to 2020 and GPT-3. I swear that before the end of this this presentation, I will break this little thing, which seemed to be out of batteries. GPT-3, again, was prepared by the publication of the data of Common Crawl that I already mentioned. Now, let me give you another example that has to do not with LLMs, but with another miracle technology that involves a lot of AI, which is, of course, self-driving cars. How many people do we need to put in a car for it to self-drive? Of course, self-driving cars are presented, have been presented for a number of years as this kind of boudoir with wheels where people drink cappuccino and read, Le Temps. But it's more complicated than that, as the many cases of fatal crashes involving Tesla drivers have attested. You cannot simply not drive a self-driving car, because a self-driving car, as of today, presupposes at least one person that actually has hands on the wheel, even if they are robo-taxis. Even in the case of Uber, and I will now show you an example that unfortunately has to do with a fatal crash that involved a person in Tempe, Arizona in 2018, which this person was killed by a Uber car. And you will now see these disturbing images, I warn you. These images will initially show you the external camera of the car, and then the internal one. The external points it towards a person that is crossing the street, and she is actually killed by the car. And now you will see what's inside the self-driving car. This self-driving car has a person. Do not call her a driver. She is a vehicle operator, or VO for short. She is the only person who actually faced justice for this, because Uber was very good. Uber's lawyers were very good at, eliminating Uber from the picture. This person was, on the contrary, accused of watching The Voice on her smartphone while allegedly she were to be minding the road. The reality is that a self-driving car is something that you can actually drive by a tablet. Well, you not only have to put hands on the wheel, but you also have to check a computer and a screen that shows you what the car sees, because a self-driving car is not a boudoir on wheels, but a computer on wheels with a lot of sensors and captors that, of course, can produce representations of what the car sees that look like this. So the car, and this is a Tesla video, can recognize street signs, other cars, passerbys, and so on and so on. But cars do not simply recognize stuff by themselves. Somebody have to teach them, and we're back to training, we're back to machine learning, machine teaching too. Who teaches cars to do this? Well, people that usually are recruited by platforms such as this one, which used to be called Mighty AI, and then it was called Uber, because Uber bought it, where people are recruited and paid a few cents to, box, meaning draw boxes around objects and tag them like you would do on TikTok or on any other social media. Now, what is interesting is that these persons are usually described by the companies that hire them in a very white way. There's no other ways of saying it. They are described as young, blonde, in this kind of romantic comedy situation where there's a boy and a girl and he has a cap and he's explaining to her, there's somebody who is crossing the street, and this trains the car. The reality is unfortunately quite different. The people who actually train the data for self-driving cars look like this, not the kids. I reassure you, there's not a lot of child labor in what I will talk about in the rest of my presentation. That's the dad, who actually is a worker in Bangalore, in India, who is hired and paid, not a lot, to train cars such as this one. And other people that, and we're back to Amazon Mechanical Turk, are recruited on platforms such as this. How big is this workforce? Because if you remember when Time published their expose, they were talking about a few hundred people in Nairobi, Kenya. The news are unfortunately a bit more concerning because despite the estimation game is quite scary, we are not talking about here a few even a few million data scientists or machine learning experts or algorithmic or software engineers and so on and so on. There's just a few dozen millions of them around the world, which is enough. But compared to these, there is a way bigger workforce that, according to the estimates of the World Economic Forum, which you could not accuse of being a communist organization by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, but in November 2023 they published their own estimates and they said, well, there's up to 434 million people doing this kind of job all over the world, which amounts to 12% of the entire global workforce. Now, let me tell you, I do not believe that this estimate is correct or accurate by any stretch of the imagination. But I have only noticed that, as an expert in the field, the estimations has been going up over the last few years. Even if this is not correct, even if half of that, if it's 1/4 of that, we are still talking about over 100 million persons, and this is the scale of the phenomenon. Humans that are hired and paid not a lot to, well, do what? Well, teach machines. Teaching is only one part of the story. With my team, we usually, employ this scheme, this figure, to represent how much and what type of human labor is involved in the production of an AI solution. Of course, there's a lot to be said about AI training. This is just the beginning, AI preparation. I will now give you 3 examples of this. Then there is the AI verification, or if you want, the AI product evaluation. If ChatGPT is out, somebody has to evaluate how good is the performance. Sometimes it's us, sometimes it's people hired by OpenAI again. Or I don't know, if we use Siri, make sure that somebody is at least verifying that Siri is not completely going bonkers on you. But then there is also another thing that is usually disturbing and difficult to accept, and there's a lot to be said about it, and we will not have time, but trust me, there's a lot of AI impersonation that goes into the production of AI. AI impersonation, I mean actually leaving people simulating the existence of AI while there is no AI and there's only people, okay? I will now give you 3 examples to ground this, because otherwise it seems like a guy who is just going mad at 4 in the afternoon. This is the first example that is taken from our fieldwork in Brazil. We published a report last year. Microworkers in Brazil is the name of the report. And among the people that we interviewed, the hundreds of people that we interviewed, there is this person who is in a city in Brazil, and she is hired via a platform, and she is paid a few cents per task. And the tasks consist in taking pictures of dog excrements. Her own dog poop. Why? Well, because she is using these pictures to train a specific type of AI. Actually, it's a robot vacuum cleaner, one of those that you probably have in your house, and if you have it, you know that these things are capable in the best case scenario, of avoiding obstacles. Like, for instance, if you leave a shoe or a bag on the floor, the vacuum cleaner is supposed to avoid it. And even more importantly, so if you have a pet and this pet, you know, does their duty on your floor. So somebody has to teach the machine to do it, and this person is hired and recruited in Brazil. It's a very simple, if you want, economic arrangement. You have an employer in the north of the world, in actually the US. You have somebody in a middle-income country, Brazil, and you have a very straight line in terms of supply chain. The work comes from Brazil, and it's paid a lot less than if you were to recruit these persons in the US. Let me skip to AI verification. AI verification is people that have to evaluate how good AI products are at doing what they promise to do. This person was interviewed a few years ago already, and she was working for Cortana. Well, not exactly, you will see in a second. She was hired to listen to snippets of conversation, 3 to 5 seconds, and then check if the transcription provided by Cortana was aligned with what she, as a native speaker of French, in this case, was hearing. So, for instance, Cortana had interpreted one snippet of conversation, Ben Laden le mot alors, which doesn't mean anything, and more importantly, there's Ben Laden in it, Bin Laden in it, and she reinterpreted as bah, dans le moi alors, which is, of course, a more mundane phrase. The supply chain here is a bit more complicated. We do have a main employer, which is a company in the US that outsources to Chinese platforms the recruiting of people. The Chinese platform contracts to a Japanese platform the online listing of these job ads, and this Japanese platform sends the information to its division in Spain. The people in Spain recruit workers in France, and people in France work and produce data for the US company. That's the war tour, just to train this stupid thing. Final example, AI impersonation. AI impersonation is actually something that is usually a source of a big misunderstanding, because it's usually only associated with fraud. I will not help you, because I will now present you a case of technological fraud that we have been studying with my colleagues, and we even published last year an article about it, so it's out in the open. There's no confidentiality, at least until the judge shows up at my door. It's actually the case study that we conducted of a European company that sells AI-driven surveillance cameras. So AI surveillance camera means that these cameras that are usually deployed in supermarkets are able to detect shoplifting. So not only they can recognize the human shapes and human behaviors and interpret them, and if somebody is stealing something, they send an automatic text to the cashiers or the security agents. It's of course based on a very complex algorithm. I will now show you the algorithm. It's 120 persons in the town of Tananarivo, the capital of Madagascar. They are all in a house. Every room of the house contains 20 to 30 computers and persons that day and night do what? Well, they watch live streams coming from European supermarkets of people doing things, buying things, stealing things, meeting other people, exchanging information, and so on and so on. They do live surveillance by at the same time saying that this is an algorithm that is actually detecting this shoplifting behavior. And again, this has been going on for a number of years. This has been going on for 5 years already. It was it went on for 5 years already in 2022 when we did our own observation, and we spent 1 week living with them inside that house, where people had 120 people had only one bathroom and no garbage disposal, and each one of us had to go out every day to burn the garbage in the garden. How much are they paid? They are paid 90 to 120 euros, the equivalent of 90 to 120 euros per month. And this, I tell you, is not sufficient to live in a city like Tananarivo. I have interviewed and witnessed people that receive payment in sugar, salt, beans, or other forms of, food stock. This is not exactly what you imagine in a high developed technological market. Final example, and then we go to the final slide. This is the, very circular supply chain that we have with this type of AI impersonation. The data, the video data, go from Europe to Madagascar, and then the Malagasy worker send back annotated data, but basically this has been going on for 5 years. Trust me, there should be a lot of arrows that are displayed now. I will frantically go on clicking until something new happens. What happens is that we are now ready for our concluding remarks. And my concluding remarks is to ground AI in work and in materiality. We have to look at the geographies, at the global geographies of this AI-based labor. This is something that is not going away, ladies and gentlemen, and more importantly, this makes AI a global labor issue because these persons are underpaid, non-represented, they have no recognition and no social protection. And more importantly, they are very unevenly distributed in the world according to a classic north-south gap. If we look at the places where, based on the data that we have at our disposal, and many of this data have been collected by us, by our team, if we look at the places where AI companies are located, meaning companies that sell and market AI solutions, they are on a straight horizontal line in the global north, with a couple of significant exceptions, of course, with India and China. These are the places where AI is developed. It's in the north part of America and in Europe mainly. But if we look at the places where workers come from, where they do not actually come from, they stay in their own country and work on platforms and then send the data to us. Well, they show a clear south to north flux, or fluxes actually. There's 4 of them. There's the one that goes from the Philippines and India to the US, the one that goes from Southeast Asia to China, and then there is the one that goes from South America to, on the one side, the US, and the other side, Europe, and more recently, Russia. And then, of course, there's the very complicated African threefold flux of data that practically goes in several directions. We also interviewed people in Egypt that do face recognition for China. So there's a lot to be said about that. But my time is up, and I thank you very much. And now we are ready for a few questions, and we skip entirely the other part. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Thanks so much, Antonio, for the great presentation, fascinating talk. So now we have 15 minutes questions, Q&As, and then we're going to take a 15 minutes break. Any questions?
A couple of questions over there. Cyrus, a couple of questions over there. Oh, no, sorry. Pardon.
It's about your last slide about Russia.
Yeah. About Russia. Oh,
yeah.
Yes, I just mentioned it. Yes,
yes please.
Yeah. Since 2022, we have noticed that there is a remarkable increase of very shady activities that involve Russian platforms and Russian AI companies. As of now, it's only anecdotal evidence because for security reasons, we were not allowed to simply go there and ask shit to people, as you can imagine. What we know so far is that there has been a lot of changes in the platform ecosystem in Russia since 2022. More importantly, Yandex, which is now directly controlled, Yandex is the equivalent of Google, is directly controlled by the Kremlin, has acquired one of the biggest AI data annotation for AI companies called Toloka. Then there are a lot of other platforms usually involved in other shady data work. More shady data work usually involves CAPTCHAs. There is a very big CAPTCHA factory in Russia that is called Khalatbari. These things are, again, not illegal. They become geopolitically uncomfortable if we know what we know about Russia and what they are doing in Ukraine in particular. And about Ukraine, another example that came out immediately after the beginning of the hostilities in 2022 was that there are some companies, some platforms that publish tasks in Russians for Ukrainian workers that involve geotagging objects and possible targets and a number of other examples. So again, these are all examples that come from our experience, of our knowledge of the domain, but as of now, we do not have the big picture.
Thank you also for this amazing work, very important. I have a very small question, which is, how do you go about funding this amazing work? I'm actually wondering how you're able
funding
to fund
with a U,
it.
funding. Or finding.
No, F-U-N-D.
Okay, funding with a U.
Yes.
It's not exactly that money is falling from the sky for obvious reasons. First, we smell like hardcore communists that want to, do strange things with workers, like organizing them, which we do. And this does not, raise a lot of sympathy in some of the funding bodies. Luckily, we are largely based in countries like France and Germany that still have a few funding schemes that are open to independently minded researchers, if you want to call us like this. I mean, not connected to industry, basically. And secondly, we do not need a lot of money. I mean, I teach in an engineering school. I'm surrounded by people who build antennas. They need millions for that. I need a few €100,000 to pay my PhD students, and as of me, I mean, I have a salary that comes from a ministry in France. So the rest of the time, it's a lot of, let's say, frugal research, and importantly, the places we go are not exactly Hilton hotels where we do observations. We're not staying at the Marriott, let's put it like this, when we go to Madagascar or Venezuela or places like this.
Yeah, thank you very much for your conference. My question would be a little bit about the what do you think are the ways more as a reason to obscure this kind of labor? For myself, I see like two possibilities. First would certainly be, I mean, if you have this kind of work relations, you tend to hide them because, I mean, the people are not well paid and not represented, as you mentioned. The other could be that would even not add, I mean, there's the ideology or the image of a kind of bodiless magical technology. And yeah, is it both reasons or one or the other, or what is your?
Okay, first of all, let me address, to diffuse it, the first hypothesis that you advance, that companies such as OpenAI and others would have a vested interest in hiding that they mistreat and underpay workers. I think that no company has ever gone broke for declaring that they are ready to fire somebody on a whim, or that they are underpaying workers. On the contrary, investors tend to be delighted by hardcore CEOs such as the moron that Jose was mentioning before, like Elon Musk or others. There is actually a spectacle of cruelty that goes into this kind of technological entrepreneurship. And I think, and I also would like to say that this has been going on for a long time. I'm writing a book about the archaeology of this kind of labor that goes back to the 18th century, actually, way before the emergence of AI and of the digital and of computers. It's actually enrooted into the industrial revolution and in the, basically industrial secrets that come with the production of any specialized type of technology. In this case, to use a very low-brow metaphor, companies such as Google or Meta don't want you to know how the sausage is made. Don't want you to know what kind of meats go into their sausage. And especially consumers would not be ready to pay a sizable chunk of their income for AI solutions that are basically a few guys in the Philippines replying to you by hand. And I can tell you that there's a lot of that. Again, I won't go into AI impersonation because I don't want you to focus only on the bad apples. But AI impersonation is more than bad apples. AI impersonation is involved in testing, is involved in debugging, is involved in live supervision of AI model learning, and a lot of persons are providing live work to make these things go. This is a technology that is largely done by hand. And again, probably this is connected to what you were mentioning about the fact that this technology is presented as disembodied, and it is not disembodied at all. It's like the, do you remember the old depiction of Thomas Hobbes' the Leviathan? You know, this big giant that is actually made of a multitude of persons, of actual individuals. Well, AI to me is like that. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I would like to know if you can say something about this IA in the war, used in the war of Israel and Gaza, the lavender, what is the way they collect the informations? Also hands-on or really with calculated?
Okay, I cannot, simply because I do not work specifically on the Middle East and the ongoing humanitarian crisis and crimes of war. I can point you to the work of a very good colleague and friend of mine called Milagros Micheli, and she has just published an article, was out yesterday, based on her research on Syrian refugees doing this work of data work of training AI from Syrian camps and from other countries. The title of the article, it's actually a quote from one of the interviews, is, "I hope this is not used for a weapon system." This is the title. So I suggest that you go look for it and start from there. There are a number of interesting things that have been published about this. Thank you. Milagros Miceli, M-I-C-E-L-I. Okay?
Thanks a lot. I had a question about what you mentioned about your research in the field, sur le terrain. Especially the example on Madagascar or Venezuela that you mentioned. And I wondered, how is the relation of research and of encounter with the people that you go and meet there? And like, if we could have some insight about this encounter and how it's been going for them.
Okay, we've been working on Madagascar for a number of years. The first ever interview that we did about this, no, the second actually, the first one was about somebody who was training a nutritional AI, but that's another story. The second ever interview that we did, I did it myself in 2017 for a guy who was working as an intern for a company based in France that was producing fake AI, again, using Malagasy workers, people in Madagascar. Then in 2019, we shot, meaning me and some colleagues that eventually we aired a documentary called Invisible, les travailleurs du clic, which was aired on France Television, okay. And again, we went to Madagascar and we interviewed several people, and then 2022 we came back again with two of my PhD students at the time. One is called Clément Ledudec, the other one is called Maxime Cornet, and then in 2023 again we came back with Paola Tubaro, who is my long-term collaborator and co-author. Now, why do I say all this? Well, because this is a long story. This has been going on for a number of years. And as you can see, if we started in 2017 and in 2023, again, we were going back and again and again and again to Madagascar, is that the situation is not improving. On the contrary, actually, it's happening that an increasing number of persons are hired to do this kind of job. This kind of job is presented to them as a good career opportunity, and unfortunately, there is no career per se. Because there is no actual progression. They are stuck in the same situation with the same low salaries, and from this point of view, our impact has been extremely limited, and this is an admission of defeat from this point of view. More importantly, in France, there has been a big scandal, but now the time is up, and I just wanted to quickly mention it. A company that is called Inclusive declared last year that they were going to fire 200 persons in France because ChatGPT has arrived and we can replace persons with AI. And practically the same week, by getting in touch with unions and workers, we discovered that this AI that was supposed to replace 200 persons was never actually developed, and the AI was actually Malagasy workers in another company. Since then, I've been desperately trying to enter that company. I've been showing up at their doors. I've been introduced by intermediaries. I have asked people for favors and promised horrifying things, and they never let me in. But I will. Eventually, I will. So, with this promise, I leave you, and I thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, thank you again, Antonio, for the fantastic talk and the Q&As. And we're going to have a 15 minutes break, and then we meet in 15 minutes for like the third and final talk of Audrey Samson. Thanks.
Please make your way back to the auditorium. We're starting in 1 minute. Please.
So we're going to start soon with the last presentation of the third panel. Okay, so I would like to introduce the third and final speaker of our third panel, which is Audrey Samson. So Audrey Samson is a Canadian multidisciplinary artist and researcher whose work points to the materiality of data and its consequences. She's largely known for her exploration of erasure as a means of knowledge production through digital data funerals. Samson studied media design at the Piet Institute, where she obtained her MFA in 2007. Together with Sabrina Baston, she co-founded Roger 10-4. Their work was featured in Arte, NRK, and Motherboard. She has been an active member of the network performance group 839 and the feminist tech network Gender Changers. Samson is also known by the pseudonym ID Critic and is part of the duo Fraud, where she collaborates with the artist Fran Gallardo. Samson's Dust to Seed project was proposed to memorialize a deceased person by encoding their personal data as DNA that would be synthesized and grafted into the DNA of a seedling. So a tree would grow embodying the deceased person's data. Audrey, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm also curious to hear afterwards where you got the last part of that description, which is quite unknown to me, which is interesting. And hello, we haven't seen each other for a while. Okay, so as you mentioned, Cyrus, I'm part of the duo Fraud, and I mention this now because part of the work that I will talk about today is work that I've done in this duo Fraud. And we're looking into modes in which contemporary forms of rationality are embedded in the computation of environment, such as like risk analysis or environmental impact assessment or crop yield prediction or carbon accounting. What maybe Foucault would call analytics of domination. And we're interested partially in examining their inscriptive operations. So I'd like to consider with you such things as the financialization of nature, the genealogy of plant-machine automation, and the cybernetics paradigm's inscriptive role in terraforming the planet through agriculture and also photogrammetry, or what Jennifer Gabrus would call the becoming environmental of computation. So in a way, the session follows a question also that Halloy posed, which is, and I quote, "The question of how information theory and cybernetics have influenced the understanding and practice of ecology." And I want to add that also this session is based on a text that was written a couple of years ago that was then also based on a work that we did a few years even before that. And as Nadia was saying this morning, that's almost prehistory in terms of AI. But I guess you could say that what I'll discuss is a kind of a compilation of thoughts informed by our practice over the last several years. So let's see if I have better luck with this clicking device. Excellent. Oh, the fonts, no luck. That's okay. So I start with a quote that anthropologist Elizabeth Dodd argues, quite provocatively, that what survives in the public record are bureaucratic reports and balance sheets, calculations about what was extracted at what cost. History as we know it is a series of environmental assessments, a record of damages. So as history maker, the analysis of environment has come to bear inscriptive properties. Yes, I see the problem. Okay, one has to click from the other side. So the following will trace a genealogy of the automated gaze of corn and soy, that leads to the conceptualization of this piece, which I mentioned earlier, Finisterra. And it began with an interest in the broader cultural significance of analytics, really, and the methods and imaginaries that are employed to rationalize those lives not worth living, not worth measuring, or not worth counting or counting for. So the artistic research here is really concerned with the agency of predictive systems to perform the future, but also the operationality of these technical assemblages. And the historical instances that I will talk about really constitute an interpretive account of how representational abstraction materially reorganizes land, but also, of course, the species inhabiting it, as we have been discussing most of today. So also imagine, or not imagine so much, but examine the predictive propensity of the view from above through various examples considering how knowledge is organized and produced through these lenses. And I'd like to start this with an anecdote, actually, which I believe quite resonates with the last talk by Antonio, towards the politicized nature of labor mechanization that serves in a way to contextualize the discourse of efficiency that shrouds the history of technological development, and to discuss how the aesthetics produced by industrial agriculture become machine-readable and compatible with the cybernetic conception of systems. So Lewis Mumford famously argued that the new colonists lacked labor power, and this is why they were propelled to invent labor-abstracting agricultural devices. I think Lewis Mumford was most short-sighted in this aspect. He overlooked the messiness of human laborers and their ability to organize and demand of basic requirements as a motivational factor to develop obedient mechanical replacements. But as we will see, they are never replaced, but just made more precarious. It's, of course, a recurring topic. So the politicized nature of labor mechanization is truly, I think, exemplified in the foundational marriage of the agricultural engineering and plant breeding here, which occurred between the cultivar VF145 and the UC Black Welder mechanical tomato harvester. Both are an engineering marvel, a culinary tragedy, and a testimony to the long overlooked anti-unionist and xenophobic incentive to develop machinery and remote-controlled equipment for harvest. So plant breeder Gordy Hanna, and I believe it was Kobe Lorenzen, a mechanical engineer. They were both from UC Davis. More or less in the 50s, they teamed up together to invent a machine that could mechanically harvest tomatoes. And the device was optimized for monoculture production, obviously, but most importantly is the fact that the plant species were optimized to fit the machine rather than the other way around. So the variety of tomato was conceived to withstand the sort of bulk handling and touch of the machine, as you will see in the next slide, hopefully. Yes. It's actually often reported that Hannah would throw the tomatoes off a bridge onto a highway to see how well the tomato would withstand impact. Now, by 1962, this is about 10 years later, when the machine is ready to be implemented on the market, the US government, 2 years later after that, refused to extend the provision of US Public Law 78, by which foreign nationals were allowed in the US to help with crop production and harvesting. I think this is really cleverly alluded to in Alex Rivera's mock marketing film, Why Ciberbraceros, or Why Cyber Arms, which again I think resonates quite well with the last talk. It posits, in a way, the ultimate American dream in which immigrants can labor in the US remotely, never having to live in or become the responsibility of the American society. And the video depicts really stereotyped Mexican workers controlling these like robotic harvesters in the US from across the border in Mexico. And he sarcastically posits these caricatures are trouble-free, low-cost laborers for which the state is not accountable, the perfect immigrant. So I think climate justice and plant automation or plant machine automation, there's always this kind of backdrop within these developments, especially that if we look now a few decades later in the US context, but obviously elsewhere as well, fruit and produce sector in the US is still a system that uses migrant labor, but now it's 70% undocumented, and increasingly using carceral labor. So that's the end of my mechanization of labor anecdote. But the mechanization of labor, I think, really was ushered by monoculture in this case, and these engineering developments, such as the UC Black Welder tomato harvester, also brought about carefully delineated fields that were unintentionally catering for the eye in the sky. These checkered lines, such as the ones pictured in the slide here, would inspire a mathematical reading of space through calculable parameters. Such neatly isolated variables could then inform narratives of economic growth and facilitate the application of the circular causality and regulatory logics of cybernetics to industrial agriculture. And the prairie townships, the fields reminiscent of Hannah's square tomato, became surfaces which are easier to capture, measure, and evaluate. Excellent. I wanted to talk about input and output as we are speaking of cybernetic paradigms, because cybernetic paradigms could also be measured in a way in land allocations, if you can imagine here. As an example of inputs, in this case, you would have petroleum, fuel oil, raw sugar, motor vehicles, and the output would be grain, newsprint, flour, lumber, right? So the mechanical harvesting, what it produced, really ushered in a way the aesthetics of machine readability, but it also facilitated the narratives of circular causality. So cybernetics, in a way, is really terraforming the planet. And these aesthetics also facilitated crop analysis using photogrammetry, which is based on views from above, of course. Contemporaneously, these modes of capture, measure, and valuation, along with forecasting based on machine learning, are still rooted in traditions and methods that were developed in earlier aerial photography interpretation. So before these photographs were bulk processed like the square tomato by trained algorithms and pattern recognition and analysis, this was really termed photographic interpretation, which is now geospatial intelligence. In the 1960s, the preface of the American Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, their volume was titled Photographic Interpretation, and it described the practice of photographic interpretation as, and I quote, detectives who are involved in the extraction of valuable information from aerial photographs obscured by nature's camouflage. End quote. So the massive fields dedicated to monoculture were really one of the areas where such extraction was pioneered, certainly in North America. And I want to talk very quickly about some examples about how this works. Largely, photogrammetry was used for studying geological structures, of course, drainage patterns, agricultural areas, which would indicate lithology in soil structures, for example, but also crop yield forecasting, of course. And often various types of film were used or employed to capture oblique as well as vertical views to detect crop properties depending on the wavelengths they absorb and reflect. So as an example, a diseased leaf, or within a diseased leaf, this spongy mesophyll tissue, which I have difficulty pronouncing, but nonetheless, it's a highly reflective to infrared light. In a diseased leaf, this will collapse, but it remains nonetheless green to the naked eye, and therefore infrared film is able to detect a kind of diseased leaf before we are able to observe it. So these technologies are very much built into the technologies still used today in geospatial intelligence. It wants to make me do this, I think. Oh no, now it's gone too far. Ay, ay, ay. All right. What did I wanted to say with this slide, apart from to show you this wonderful stereograph? This is a stereogram. So several images would be aggregated and compared in this analysis in photogrammetry, and they would often use this vertical stereograms to understand topography, which are simply wonderful apparatus in itself. So stereograms were used to create two images of an area, or by using two images, sorry, of the same area. And they would compare two different points of view, like an oblique or a vertical view, and then infer topology, and often using these wonderful binoculars as well. So the analysis of these images was determined with pattern recognition, usually a combination of geologic, drainage, or crop pattern features. And these methods that had been developed originally during wartime, of course, using aerial photography, were then applied for what was to become rural economy. Oh. Excellent. Thank you so much. I will put this here. Thank you. So I was talking about rural economy, and I wanted to talk about the visual characteristics of the kind of pattern recognition that is still being used today, only hard-coded into machine learning, if you will. So types of land use that was defined, categories could be would be density of settlement, farm buildings, or farm lanes. And a type of land use category could be, for example, fields, improved meadows, unimproved meadows, or pastures. As you can see, it's not terribly granular as a description. So crop patterns in aerial photography were also largely determined by tone and texture. There we go. So from these textures and pattern values, we can infer, in a way, the algorithm's pseudocode, if you can see where I'm going already with this. This is actually land use categories that were employed in Switzerland in the 1960s, and I use it as an example to imagine the pseudocode that goes with it, which is, of course, the kind of plain language description of an algorithm's function. We could imagine here, for example, if tone is nearly white and texture is speckled, type of land use is field. If tone is light and texture is partly dotted, type of land use is pasture. If land use is field and tone is light, field is barley or wheat, and so on and so forth. Else, land use is unimproved meadows. So in the 60s, while automated was being researched, the analysis central to photogrammetry was still being accomplished by an interpreter, which was very much a human and very often female identified. It was also understood that the properties that the interpreter was trained to detect, texture, pattern, etc., were qualitative and therefore subjective and appraised subjectively. The complexity of this appraisal also lay in the necessary knowledge of the multifarious parameters between soil, plants, and weathering conditions, together with the experience of recognizing their combined agencies. And I don't really have time to talk about this today, but the training manual itself is really quite fascinating. There are kind of a number of questions that are posed to train the interpreter, such as, is the pattern located related to A, land, B, water, C, continent, or is the tone of the pattern A, consistent, B, lighter, C, darker, and so on and so forth. But the conclusion was ultimately understood to be a subjective process achieved through the interpreter's deduction. So as the task of interpreting has largely been delegated to computational assemblages, it has become, or said to be, though as we have seen it's largely human-based still, it's nonetheless become considered to be objective form of intelligence. These are the words that are used. So the methods and conclusion inferred from the female identified human, which were deemed subjective interpretation, have become to be understood objective when performed by the machinic. So wartime photography analysis, which brought about interpretation or photogrammetry, also brought about the economics of farm production. Perhaps unsurprisingly, software based on pattern recognition, which is used often to predict crop yields contemporaneously, is an area of significant investment for military organizations, such as, for example, DARPA, which is, of course, the US defense sort of R&D arm. In 2017, DARPA commissioned or put out a kind of an open bid for its geospatial cloud analytics program to look to kind of fund technologies that would access and analyze massive amounts of geospatial data, which is, of course, coming from satellite imagery. And so the Defense Research Agency here is making significant investments into software to invest the likelihood of social unrest from low crop yield. And this is partly because of the rising agricultural commodity prices, which is now called agflation, which is also widely acknowledged to be a key stressor in what some refer to as the Arab Spring or the uprisings. So the climactic stress really that led to the droughts and the global wheat shortages really exacerbated the subsequent uprisings in the MENA region, right? So, and I'd like to read a quote from the DARPA Strategic Technology Program Manager that talks about this exacerbation. And he says, one of the things we've seen is that regional unrest has been linked to circumstances that seem detached from national security, like the price of bread, end quote. And so this introduced, I think, a new twist to Joachim Radkau's statement, which is, when it comes to implementing ecological concerns, it is especially advantageous if they converge with military interests. And I also wanted to note that the infamous bread helmet guy, if you had seen this meme in passing, is in fact a Yemeni protester who was spotted on the street demo wearing loaves of bread around his head. I will get the hang of it by the end of it, I'm sure. So one of the companies that I wanted to discuss, because they received significant amount of funding from DARPA, actually, it's the New Mexico-based Descartes lab. It's a software development company focused on the provision of geospatial intelligence through the automation of an analysis, of course, of satellite imagery and data. So Descartes Lab was funded in 2014 as a spin-off of the Los Alamos National Laboratory. You may know, as it was the host of the Manhattan Project, the World War II nuclear bomb program, as well as a former private ranch school for boys. You may not have known the third one. But in addition to providing business solutions, Descartes Lab offers a platform that is publicly available through a Python client, Python command line client, with a very limited access to imagery, about 20 images at the time that I looked into this. And it's meant to be more to be able to sort of experiment and see how it works than really have access to any kind of data. So our piece, for example, used this very limited source of data. But I think actually what I wanted to mention here is that who is granted full access to that data, but also especially at what cost, I think becomes very important in thinking about the power dynamics at play in geospatial intelligence. And I think also questions that become important here is how can we then understand the specific co-individuation of crops being captured with the technologies they are being captured by, and also the implications for the more than humans being captured. So software such as Descartes Lab, which describes itself as a global scale predictive intelligence, presents really an ontological shift from interpretation to intelligence. So based on methods developed in photogrammetry, satellite imagery is analyzed with algorithms now, trained to recognize several kinds of patterns in a very similar way to what I described before, but in an iterative process of difference recognition. And these readings are then used to price crop insurance, to estimate crop yield, and also to predict social unrest. So much like Catherine Yusuf's conception of geological strata gaze as a worlding agent of meta-ontologies, technologies of capture from above are in turn inscribing the earth in a recursive iteration of read-write. I think I will soon give up. Look at that. It's the flying carpet. So I feel like I'm going to have to shorten this talk because I've had certain issues and I only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, I'm afraid, but I'll try to whiz through as fast as I can, unless I may have a few extra minutes. Thank you. So such orderings of space and nature that prescribed by photogrammetry in geospatial intelligence software are also present in spring carpets. This is one of many words that often refers to ancient Persian carpets that depicted pleasure gardens as seen from above, as you can sort of see here. So the rug produced a specific representation of nature, a human organized space with differentiated features and entities. And also as a microcosm, or as a heterotopia, if you will, the carpet has this kind of startling ability to represent both the smallest part of the garden as well as its totality. And these are, of course, stand-in qualities for predictive modeling techniques, right? This capacity to individuate elements and generalize, but also to make large-scale inferences based on those individuations. And I wanted to mention here two quotes. I'll just read them to you. So one quote about spring carpets is, "Here in this carpet lives an ever lovely spring." That was from a 16th century Sufi poet. And Foucault then said about the garden carpet, that the garden is a rug onto which the whole world comes to enact its symbolic perfection. The rug is a garden that can move across space. The garden is the smallest parcel of the world and the whole world at the same time. And I'd like to follow now with another quote from Silvia Weidenbach, who says that from ancient times through to the present, it has been the weavers and astrologer poets of the communities and villages who have revealed to us this alternative and subversive thread of knowledges and practices capable of restoring the world and setting it on its rightful course. So thinking with the earth as body, I think, might help us to understand the processes at play in geospatial intelligence, whose changeable inscription of history can not only be read or traced, but also allegedly predicted. And also as space and its capture is now emerging, more than emerging, I would say, but as a very lucrative domain for technical and financial systems, I'd like to posit the figure of the woven hammock and also the spring carpet as apparatuses of embodied earth thinking, as they bridge notions of the technological capture frontier economy through remote sensing, or the viewing from above, but also with earlier notions of the colonial frontier of exploration, which I will linger on for a moment. So this is, of course, if I can get to it, I'm about to show you, yes, the early depiction of the hammock by Stradanus, which is, of course, famously circulated in post-colonial studies because it's a critique of the so-called awakening of America, of course. But in this image, what's often overlooked is that America awakens from a hammock. And Christopher Columbus, as well as many other chroniclers like Bartolomé de la Casa, noticed the hammocks with extremely great interest. The hammock was one of the many curiosities brought to Europe. Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés was one of the first chroniclers of the New World goods, and they were introduced to Spanish, French, and English audiences, namely, to an enormous variety of previously unheard exotica, including the pineapple, the manatee, the canoe, and of course, the hammocks. So to produce this textile exotica, the Spanish Empire placed indigenous women under forced labor as weavers. So undoubtedly, I think we can infer that the hammock that were sent over were weaving stories of pain and immense degradation and loss of dignity. And the hammock now, I include this because the hammock follows colonization of outer space after it was brought back to Europe in ships mainly to be used by sailors. Fast forward to the future, it's also being used since Apollo 12, actually, in the astronaut modules. But actually, according to archaeological records, the hammock culture itself dates back 400 years. And hammocks were used for birth. 400 years, I meant 400 before Common Era. Sorry, that's quite a bit longer ago. But they were used for birth, but also for funerary rites, and also to embalm the dead before burials. So hamakas were really fundamentally world-restoring threads. So for us, I think these tensions between the possibility to hold subversive threads of knowledge, and these kind of world-restoring practices, together with these knotted histories of colonial degradation, provide a really critical antagonism. Like Columbus, who marveled at the people in the so-called New World in their hamacas, Finisterre often offered a glimpse of the entanglement of finance, imperialism, and colonialism afforded by the automatic gaze. And also the unresolved patterns of accumulation here are sort of woven into wool and silk that become starting to undertake this political economy of knowledge, which is something that Kuzikanki compels us to do, which is the process of decolonial thought that requires the examination of economic and material mechanisms that are obfuscated by discourses that maintain colonial domination. And I think here we can really think of the discourse of efficiency that is put forward by geospatial intelligence companies such as Descartes Lab. And I'd like to read a quote here where they say, "We create new sources of operational advantage for our customers and partners by combining multimodal data with machine learning to deliver solutions quicker, more efficiently, and at planetary scale." So, according to Descartes Lab, their service enables a better understanding of the physical world through the scalable analysis of geospatial data. And I think Hannah Arendt very presciently warned of the seductive potential of abstracted tools of analysis already in the human condition. She explained that the disembodiment of I and body and mind creates a distance that's very powerful because it's inherently simplistic and reductionary. But this begs, I think, the question of what onto-epistemologies these modes of geospatial analysis are mobilizing. So, some concluding notes. In some respect, I think Finisterre also represents the end of the Earth as a habitable planet, but not as an inevitable scenario, but more as a cautionary tale. I think fatalism really poisons the nourishment of practices capable of restoring the world. And I think also it's paramount to really refute the inevitability of planetary crisis. Space, of course, conceived as areas of preemptive potential is very alluring, like discourses of continued growth made possible with ever more efficient systems. But I think we've seen in the last two talks that these are, on the one hand, based on precarious labor, and on the other hand, based on a precarious planet in terms of how many resources are left to fuel it. So, to conclude, I would like to leave you with just a few thoughts of counterintelligence to linger with from Karen Barad, who says, "The knower does not stand in a relation of absolute externality to the natural world being investigated. There is no such external observational point." They also expound Niels Bohr's quantum theory, which insisted, of course, that human epistemology is indivisible from the environment that it seeks to observe and understand. So on the one hand, Finisterre invited us to stay with the trouble of the onto-epistemologies mobilized by geospatial intelligence, such as Descartes Lab, but also to move beyond these modes of subjectivation, trying to think about or inviting ways of embodied earth thinking. And so as narratives of capture permeate environmental analysis, I think it really becomes urgent to develop modes of sensing and knowing that stem from embodied epistemologies and embodied cosmologies, ones in which humans are of the world and not external observers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Audrey, for this very rich talk. So now we have around 7 minutes for a Q&A. Yeah, questions. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Thanks so much for this talk. I just remembered in the beginning you quoted Gabrus talking about like, I don't remember exact quote, but it brought to my mind also the work on planetarity and all this opposition of planetarity to the global perspective and the simplification which is brought by the technologies actually. So I was wondering what's your also perspective on that and all this technology that we have seen here and also which we talk today. So because it turns that the AI is part of this global world, but then we see how it's really embedded in of course, the materials and the human labors which are part of the planetarity. So like I'm wondering, I don't know if it's, of course, the question for you, but if you have perspective on also what's going to be happening with our awareness of this planetarity happening in the development of AI.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, it just like this concept of planetarity versus the global and how the global is developed with the technology, but then with the climate crisis, we are more aware of planetarity and of the physicality of the world. And yeah, I'm wondering what's AI and this development of the technologies are doing with that? Are they making it more move to a globalist perspective, or there's some hope for the kind of planetarity perspective with AI?
Yeah, that's quite a tough question. I mean, I think that in a way, as also we've seen from the previous talks, that obviously there's a great deal of obfuscation of the labor and the energy and resources required, so that becomes more of a globalization view that's at the service of finance capital, of course. However, if you ask if there's a hope for planetary, I think that when I said that I believe that this is not an inevitable scenario, I truly believe it. And I think that there are various initiatives that are thinking about AI differently. So I think that it's certainly possible, but I also think that there's a kind of a huge shift that needs to happen. And I think also when José was talking about the kind of energy difference that we have to envisage, the shift is quite large. So I think it might be, I guess I would say that it might have to shift in what we expect and what kind of efficiencies we're really looking for. I think it's a shift in priorities more than anything, really. I'm not sure that makes sense as an answer.
No, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't like a clear, let's say, precise question, but like a comment, like a way to discuss it. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. We'll get some time to discuss afterwards on stage, but I take that as an opportunity to ask you a question about your talk. You mentioned weaving as an important practice, and it's interesting to trace back, in the history of computers, weaving and jacquard looms and machines like that. So I'm curious about how you could probably elaborate a bit about the role of weaving, in the sense that to some extent there could be positive and negative connotations in the way it's reappropriated, and how it, and I'm also curious about how this fits back into your research design on art practice as an artist.
Thanks for that question. I think also, as you say, obviously the history of the computer is in weaving as well, with the punch cards. And I think what draws us to that and what makes it interesting in the context of an art practice is I think it brings together these tensions of a kind of Descartes, and now I mean the philosopher rather than the company, no? but a kind of epistemology of division of body and mind and computational processes. So it brings along all of that tension, but it also exists in other genealogies which bring, for example, world sort of restoring possibilities. So I think for us anyway, working with tensions and antagonisms is very productive, because I think any kind of art practice wants to pose questions, but also the antagonism is a kind of a fruitful place from which to think from. It's not an absolute, right? We're not looking at sort of being completely one or the other, but always sort of in dialogue with the kind of difficult questions, if that makes sense. Do I go down?
Yeah, so now we're going to start the panel. So I would like to invite on stage José, Nicolas, Antonio, and Audrey to start the panel.
All right. I hope you're not too cold. All right, so we have like few minutes for, the remaining minutes for a quick panel and finding, the role for us is to find some kind of thread between all the presentation. And I think there is, yeah, definitely I was fascinated by the fact that this different understanding and perspective about materialism and materiality. We heard about like human beings, mineral, earth, planetarity, imaginaries, economic systems, global labor. And I think there were also an interesting thread about the metaphors that were employed and discussed. Not necessarily about the cloud and tech metaphors, but there was something related to food and the way digestion was somehow present in all the presentation. Someone used the term hypertrophic models about like data consumption, but also human practice consumption, as we saw in Antonio's presentation. And of course, in your presentation, we saw that as well at the beginning with the tomato and the machines, which were also about ingestion. So, we'll take some questions from the room afterwards, but there's one thing that I wanted to ask you is about the fact that we're in a school and we are teaching. We have students, mostly art and design students. But I'm curious about in your own context, based on what you presented and based on also about like the hopes or the sort of anxiety regarding the future. What does it mean? How does it translate into like teaching or project with like probably younger generation or people who wondered about what do we do with that in terms of like the sort of not necessarily recommendations, but what do we do with that as educators somehow? So I'd be curious to have your perspective about that, and probably can start with José because you have to just stop it.
Yeah, so I'm teaching a lot about that, of course. I'm teaching that at the university. I'm teaching that in engineering schools, and I'm teaching that in a design school also in Paris. And so my main point is that we have a lot of specialized knowledge, and we have a lot of teaching specialized knowledge, like physics is, well, all the knowledge in physics are specialized, but we are lacking transversal knowledge. I mean, we are lacking to teach at least to some of them, so we still need specialized people, but we need people that are capable of thinking horizontally, building a common knowledge, and we have to teach also to have the basic culture to understand the other disciplines. For instance, when they ask me, what do you think engineering school should teach to answer the question of sustainability? So guys, in engineering schools, they don't have biology lessons. They don't know anything about ecosystem, living systems. So why do you want them, how do you want them to do something ecological if they're not aware at all about what a living system is the same in social science, of course. It's not only a matter of natural sciences. So at least we should teach the basic knowledge, transversal knowledge, to understand when a social scientist is speaking, what he or she is speaking about, because not dismissing like it's some kind of lunatic or strange ideas. I was joking in the break that engineers should be obliged to watch the symposium. We should oblige them in the schools to watch this symposium, because for them it's like aliens talking about the same topics on which they're working. So the planetarity is in the Anthropocene is asking for that horizontal systemic knowledge, understanding what does it mean to live on a living planet, and that you cannot solve the problem only with physics, only with engineering, or only with economy or whatever. You need really to call on stage all the knowledge, and we need all the brains available, by the way, because you see it's a huge effort. So in fact, as I show in my favorite slide with the zombies, it's like the teaching and the way we teach, the knowledge, the way university are organized or teachings are organized is also zombified. It should be redesigned. I don't know how.
De-zombified.
De-zombified again and redesigned to have some transversality and common knowledge and common languages.
Merci. Ça marche. I think it's really interesting what you're saying, actually, this notion of transversality. And I immediately was thinking of a text, I don't know if it is known, but it's recently published, I think, by Matthew Fuller, and it's called Art as a Meta-Discipline. And this capacity of art to speak across disciplines. And I think that is one of the... That is something that comes into our teaching as well, I think. That's important to remind sort of young practitioners of the capacity of art to act in this way, which I think is quite powerful. I would also add that for me, it's very important to always question the what and how of the tools that are being used. So if you're using this algorithm or this machine learning or this whatever, why are you using it? How does it work? Where does it come from? Whose labor is being obfuscated by this? What critical minerals, etc.? And I think that for me, this is something that I always bring into the discussion.
Antonio?
Well, I'm afraid that this is a particularly hard question for me to answer. First of all, because this year officially I'm on a sabbatical, so I'm not supposed to teach, not to even think about teaching. No, and specifically I'm probably not the biggest fan of teaching in general. I'm not good at teaching, so I don't like to do it. But
give us ideas about what we should do then.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing that makes me uncomfortable about teaching in general, not specifically in engineering in school or in a specific field, is the violence of the pedagogical apparatus, if you want. We have inherited the way we mark students, the way we interact between students and the teaching body from totalitarian institutions that were basically about closing people in a room for a certain number of hours and then subjecting them to even physical punishment. I'm not joking, of course. I mean, you know the history of school and institutions such as this. So I'm afraid that the first thing that I've always called my highest wishes is to create a non-violent environment of teaching, and I'm afraid that I fail at this. And because I fail at this, my own approach is to basically teach from the outside. Even inside my school, I noticed that my students tend to listen to the kind of things that me and my colleagues teach if they are delivered from the outside. If I do a YouTube video or even a TikTok not dance.
TikTok,
but,
Antonio?
Yeah. If I do a documentary, they listen to it more gladly than me blubbering for 1 hour. And this is, okay, this seems very, very subjective. But in a way, I think that this is the only thing that comes to mind. How do we create, how do we align what we do as researchers, which tend to be transdisciplinary in nature, and the intrinsically violent and restricted to one discipline nature of teaching? This is a complicated puzzle. And again, in my case, it's just attempts and a lot of seat of the pants and also a lot of failures.
That's why probably art and design schools, I mean, to piggyback on what Audrey just said, could act differently because of the model that is different based on workshop or some activities which are not like just sitting in a room. Probably, Cyrus, you had questions?
Maybe. Do we have any questions in the audience? All right, so I'll go ahead with like another question. So what I find fascinating in your talks is that there's always this blending between like old and new regimes of power, between old technologies and new technologies in the context of let's say Persian carpets or the mechanical torque worker or fossil fuels. I was wondering if you could maybe, I would say, explore a bit more how technology is always intertwined with the past, and how is it, how does it kind of like connect to your research?
Me? Why me?
I will diffuse this tension by answering sideways anyway. I'm not, I think answering the question of how like this is infused is a bit too complex, I think, and maybe outside of the scope of this, but I feel that it's very useful, especially in the context of technologies that develop very rapidly, like so-called artificial intelligence, where we feel outdated like every 5 minutes, no? So for me, looking at the kind of precedents and what came before and what created and what the technologies are based on helps me to understand how it works and what it mobilizes, you know, that kind of genealogy I find helpful, because if I look at the thing straight on, it's kind of evolving so rapidly that it's impossible to sort of get a grip onto, if that makes sense.
Yeah, regarding time, in French we have two words. We have prospective, which is foresight in English, so looking forward, futurology, like some say, so that's extrapolating to the future. But I'm also teaching that you have to do two things. It's this foresight, this prospective, and retrospective. So exploring what was the trajectories possible from the past to the present. And in fact, natural science do that all the time. If you look at climatologists, for instance, for global warming, of course, they are extrapolating what the climate can become, depending on the concentration of greenhouse gases, but they're also rebuilding the past of the climate in thousands or millions of years, or even billions of years sometimes, to understand what's the trajectory and what happened before, and what could happen after, and what is happening. Is it remarkable compared to what's happening before? And for the climate, for instance, what is happening now is highly remarkable compared to the 60 million years previously of the previous climate years. So it's completely spectacular what is happening. So which give a sense of, we should really be aware of that it's exceptional what is happening. And so for technologies, you see I'm blending, it's a metaphor, because of course biological evolution is not about technological innovation per se, but it's discovering also, but at the end of the day, we are a product of biological evolution, and our artifacts are some kind of extension of that. And so if we understand what has been the trajectory, the biological evolution from photosynthesis to us, and how does it work, and why was it successful, it also allows us to project ourselves in the future. That's why I'm choosing, okay, if we get out of the fossil fuels, then the trajectory is to go somehow to the kind of evolution that was taking place before, without fossil fuels. If you look at organisms, the chemistry, they don't use concentrated metals. Why? Because it doesn't work. 4 billion years of evolution, they didn't find a solution to make ingots of gold, silver, and platinum. It doesn't work. They don't use a concentrated power. Why? Because it doesn't work. In fact, we are the only organism capable of doing that, and we now discover that's not a good idea, and at the end of the day, it will end. So we have to be capable of doing two, zoom in, zoom out, zooming, zoom out in time, and zooming, zoom out in space. Because when I look at chemistry, I'm at the nanoscale, what's happening there. When we are doing respiration, it's happening at the nanoscale also. But when you look at the planet, it's also breathing. So at the planetary level. So there is a link between our metabolism, which is the way we breathe. When I do, so I'm inspiring oxygen, exhaling carbon dioxide and water and nitrogen and so on, whatever, and pollutants, by the way. But in fact, the planet is doing the same thing at the planetary scale and at the different time scale, which is the seasons. So you see you have videos by the NASA when you see the planet breathing, and I show that. I didn't show it here because I was afraid of, but I didn't know there was 10 people taking care of that. But then I show those videos and people are impressed when you see, I say, look, and now I show you the planet is doing the same thing. And you see carbon dioxide, high carbon dioxide, low is a season variation. So we have to be capable to think about those time scales from nanoscales to the planet, to the fraction of a second to millions of years or centuries. Who is doing that in economy, in politics? We do that in natural sciences, but we forgot that we should be aware of that in all the other aspects of human beings also.
I just wanted to add something that there is this idea that we use or have used in our presentations historical examples as metaphor for what is going on here. Metaphor is extremely important, but it's also important to recognize that if we point it towards a previous historical example, it's because there is a historical and material continuity with what we have described, the three of us. And I was thinking about the question that Nicolas asked Audrey about weaving. And I remember this article by Donna Haraway called Indigenous Circuits. And it's about actually Navajo women, indigenous women in America that were recognized as skilled laborers because of their nimble fingers and docile characters as the perfect producers of microcircuits at the time, because it was done by hand. So it is an actual historical continuity between the weaving that was done at the time at the rugs, at the woven hammocks, and so on and so on. And this is also why we always find not only some resonance between two different periods in time, like, I don't know, what some of my colleagues call today data colonialism, and colonialism at the time at the great discoveries. It is not a metaphor. The same people that extracted metals and workforce and slaves from the colonies accumulated the capital that eventually went into the industrial capital, that eventually went into the platform capital, that eventually became AI. It's a real continuity. This is why I was mentioning historical materialism at the beginning. Again, not as a metaphor, but as an actual ongoing process.
Any questions? Okay. So one more from us.
I mean, an additional, common thread between all of you is the human-technology coupling. I mean, that's, for an anthropologist of technology, that's not new at all. But it's interesting to see that in every slide, almost, there's a certain diversity of human actors, whether it's about the history of cybernetics, hammocks, whether it's about zombifying, like your slides about zombies, whether it's about like the impersonation, the training, the post-training, the pre-training. So I'm curious about like what does this mean at a more general level for, I mean, not necessarily for the long-term future, but what does it mean practically when we have all this system with invisibilized human actors, whether they are powerful or not, and we're not aware of that. I mean, most of the discourse about AI is just talking about like something which is almost autonomous, and it's not the case. So how do you see this kind of issues? It's a bit similar to my questions about students, but more like for citizens. What does it mean to act as an informed citizen regarding those issues? Because AI seems to be inevitable, it's to be something that impacts us as if it's like falling from the sky. And like even in a country like Switzerland, where we used to vote like every once in a while about stuff, it's not the case. So do you have like any thoughts about that, like for like citizens rather than like students?
Yeah, probably just to start out the conversation, I'm very curious about Audrey and José's take on this. I think that there is one thing that came out again and again in our presentations, and it was the underlying theme of unfree labor in my case, but also zombies are a metaphor or a manifestation of unfree labor. The myth of the zombie emerged in the plantations with the slaves. They are a figure of slavery. And of course, I mean, you, Audrey, you mentioned the imprisoned agricultural workers in the UC Davis case, the indentured workers, indigenous women doing the hammocks. It is something that seems to me almost ironic that whenever we bestow autonomy to machines, because we call them autonomous, we call them automated, they are free, but they require a lot of unfree something else. And this something else, it's us. It's us as human beings. So this was just to throw the ball and see where you go with it, if you want.
Okay, I have the ball. I agree with all of that, of course. And I think that one thing that I sort of navigate away from as quickly as possible is this discourse of like individual choice. Like if I buy organic food, everything will change. Or
organic AI?
Yeah, if I don't use AI, ChatGPT will stop to exist or so. And it's often, again, the question of who has the luxury of eating organic food or not using AI, no? So for me, it's not a question, even though I really appreciate the Swiss referendum system, it's not for me a question of sort of individual choice. I don't really see any power in an individual choice. I really see the power in collective. Once again, I think it can only occur on really collective criticism of really systemic issues and infrastructures, which is really not easy, but it also requires a substantial level of citizenry, which is again very complicated when we think about how precarious most people are, who has even time to sort of engage with this kind of criticism. So I think it's quite a complicated question, but that's the ball is.
What was the question?
You're fired. It was about like citizens. I mean, how the
Yeah,
previous
there is
questions
a-
about
there-
like students and us as educators. But what does it mean
Yeah.
when you want to reach like beyond education for like?
Yeah, it's a huge democratic questions. Is the democratization of the knowledge, sharing the knowledge, which is, I think it's Carl Sagan was saying that any advanced technology would look like magic at the end of the day. In fact, there are many things I cannot explain myself, who is extremely brilliant. There are many things I cannot understand how it works, including in my own field. I mean, we live in a huge technosphere which is completely magic to us. So we have to share scientific knowledge. So it's to share with the citizens, and then that's a trend of democratization of science and technology. And it's not the way science is produced and the way technology is produced is not democratic at all. I mean, when you look at the research program of the European Union, the Horizon stuff with 100 billion euros that are going to spend, you see the agenda of the industry, mostly. And it's a short-term agenda. There is a little blue sky. What I used to say, well, no, I'm not used. What I say every day is that when I look at the European research program, 99% of the research that is done is useless from a strong sustainability point of view, because it's a short-term agenda, mainly driven by the industry. So it's a huge I have no idea because I'm not a political scientist. But I feel that it's a huge democratic issue, and there are many colleagues in physics who thinks that they are doing fundamental research, and when I point to them, no, you're participating to that and that industry, and it's very important because it has also military application. Although they are doing fundamental research in physics in their lab and in Ivory Tower, no, you're driven by those industries unconsciously yourself. And some of them don't accept that even in astrophysics or whatever you see. And so there is a huge challenge of democratization of scientific knowledge, how it is produced, how it is shared, and same for technology. And I have no solution for that.
Probably you can go back to...
Probably just to add, to develop on that, there is also a matter of synchronization or synchronicity between what the industry dictates and what we end up researching. The example that comes to mind is how much shit about the metaverse is now being developed because a couple of years ago some imbecile said to some other imbecile as a European Commission, you should fund metaverse-oriented projects. Now the problem is that the industry turned the page and closed the book even on metaverse, but researchers are still stuck with that research. They are extremely demanding in terms of their own deliverables. It's 4 years of their lives, who in some cases is completely wasted. So, and it's a matter of synchronizing applied and fundamental research. My only wish is that fundamental research finds again its own temporality without being exposed to the temporality of the industry.
Can I suggest a very not so simple but actually straightforward solution to this, which would be that public funding would not go to private endeavors which then make profit over the public funding? Sorry, I know that's very obvious.
Oh yeah, I think we have a quick question. Yeah, we have time for like a quick question.
So thanks a lot for your interventions and also for your last intervention. Very nice to hear. And I had a question about what you talked just before, especially the quote, "Who has the means to not use AI?" And I wanted maybe a little contextualization about this phrase, what's the means to not use AI, because here it has certain implication, and elsewhere in the globe it has other implications. So yeah, this sentence really questioned me. And also for all of you, I had a more broad question about, you discussed about the need for transversal knowledge and questioning the materiality, questioning where the thing come from and how they work. And I wonder, in your field and spaces of research, if there are spaces that your colleagues or students or comrades of research go to share the knowledge with other people.
Yeah, 30 seconds. So for the transversality, we have founded a lab in which I am now, which is interdisciplinary, which means that we wanted to have natural science, so there is physics, biology, chemistry, but we also have colleagues that are in social science, so history, geography, sociology, and economy. And we wanted them to be in the same place, hopefully sharing their knowledge and discussing the same kind of question the Anthropocene is asking us. We have built masters also that have that interdisciplinary. So we give some social science to the physicists and some physics, in a broad sense, natural sciences to the social scientists in masters devoted to the ecological transition or the energy transition. But what we have to teach the students, whatever the specialization, is to work in teams and be capable of building collective intelligence. So being capable of working with alien people like a sociologist or a yeah, exactly, for a physicist, being capable for coming to this symposium and not thinking that everything is stupid or completely a bunch of lunatics, you see? Because I can assure you that many people from my field would think that. And so those are the kind of things that it's zombified for the moment, but to de-zombify, it's to open that. And we are trying. We've been trying for the last 13 years.
I will be quick because there's a big zero flashing in my face. Just to quickly answer, because you specifically asked about this, who has the sort of luxury to work with AI, and I think, super quickly, I think on two different levels, on a very basic level, actually, the kind of computer power or even access to the internet is really not a given. But also on another level, and now I'm quoting a conversation with my esteemed colleague, Peggy Pierrot, where we discussed how even those who have access to ChatGPT, for example, there's a kind of a fundamental split that's happening between, let's say, different levels of education. So disenfranchised, less educated people are not able to engage with ChatGPT on the same level as people who have a much higher education, because it's a language-based model, and there are certain ways that you can interact with it. And people who are more advantaged are able to work in a much more I hate this word, not productive, but in a much more sort of generative way with AI than others who are less advantaged. So actually what we're seeing with even those who can access ChatGPT is that there's a massive split, and it's exacerbating inequality quite extremely.
Thank you very much. The happy hour starts in Carouge in 45 minutes, so let's have a beer. There are some kiosks, people selling things. It's very nice. You should try it.
All right, so thank you so much, Antonio, Audrey, and José, for these fantastic talks. Now I would like to invite Vytas for the closing notes, and then we're going to have a party and drinks before.
It's okay. I'll use this one. Is it on? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be quick because I feel the energy levels are I think we had like a good amount of very diverse and talks that kind of, I don't know how to I feel it's hard for me to summarize it right now. We heard interesting and sort of new or known terms over these 2 days, from rebuilding AI from scratch with queer in mind to de-zombifying. So some of them are milder, some of them are sort of more stronger attempts. But I think what we were really talking about in these past couple of days was how how all of the talks were really interesting and kind of a different approach to AI than how we would talk it usually if it was just, let's say, art and design community. So I think that this interdisciplinarity has kind of worked out, about which I'm very happy. And so the closing notes will be very simple. First thing is that whatever was discussed here will be sort of summarized and kind of bridged into some form of a written resume. We're not going to do I don't know. It's up to see if it becomes an article or something else, but it's going to be on the website along with all the recordings and so on. So everything that you saw online is also recorded. So the archives either are already available or will be available from tomorrow. So again, we're adding to the data. And hope we achieved this goal of assembling alternative perspectives, and then the idea is to keep going, which is, I think the next step will be up to Anthony, but it might be San Francisco, but it will be up to, it will be up to see. And then I just would like to extend my immense thanks to obviously all the speakers who dedicated their time, and also the workshop hosts, musicians. So we didn't see them yet, but they're gonna happen right now, right after this. Immense thanks to my small team at the digital pool, who was kind of, as I said, lurking in the shadows, but who did most of the work in making this happen. So very special thanks to Chloé Michel and Cyrus, well, who kind of came to the light at the very end. Also, very special thanks to the person that I just mentioned, Anthony Mazur, as well as Nicolas, who provided a lot of advice, as well as to other colleagues who contributed speakers, as I said yesterday, films to watch, and maybe other program. Thank you, obviously, to the direction, because I think the Digital Pool, which is also the youngest entity at HEAD, we maybe don't always look very serious, all right? So thank you for this confidence in letting us make something like this take place. And also, obviously, all the teams and also all the student assistants, the streaming team, you don't know, but behind those dark windows back there, there's like a second space of exactly this size that extends into the virtual world, where there's like 20 million people working on making the stream happen. Speaking of shadow workers. And so big thanks to that. And giant impossible thanks to Rob van Leysen for all the graphic design. And obviously, now we will slowly close the stream. But the night is not over yet, so there's obviously refreshments and stuff. So I don't know if you really need to go all the way to Carouge, even though it's a nice place if you've never been there. But there's also beer and snacks here. And we still have a performance. We have a performance by one of the workshops, so Sizzling Semiconductors, where people were producing a sort of bridging nature and electronics to build synthesizers. So they're going to be here in half an hour. We're going to quickly disassemble this space and convert it into a space that is good for listening to music. And then the second performance is by one of the media design students, so Basile, otherwise known as Oh Dear. And then finally, we have a very special guest all the way from Shanghai, who's doing a residency in Basel at the moment, an electronic musician who kind of, I'm not really sure if she really works with AI or has worked with AI, but she kind of embodies a little bit of like this sort of cyberpunk vibe of one sort of potential version of what AI could become. So thanks to the Subcult label for helping me make this happen. And that's it. So yeah, stick around. And in 20 to 30 minutes, we'll start the performances, and I say goodbye if the online stream is still going on. Thank you for watching.